It's lovely to see you all here. Thank you so much for coming. Before we get the conference started properly, I just need to run through some admin with you. So for those of you who don't know me, my name's Heather Lodge and I'm probably responsible for your overflowing inbox. So first of all, there's no fire drill expected today, so if you hear an alarm, please leave the building, turn left through the blue gates and assemble in the courtyard by the tower. If you haven't already found them, there is an accessible toilet on this floor and the rest are downstairs. We have Wi-Fi access in the building called the Cloud. If you click on that, it will tell you to register and that gives you free Wi-Fi for the day. We encourage you to submit your questions, but there will be no live questions during the day. We're using Mentimeter instead, so if you scan the code, or for people online, there will be a link in the chat. Questions will all be submitted anonymously, so you all have an equal opportunity to pose your questions. We will repeat that code at the start of each session if you don't capture it right now. Okay, technical failure. Okay, refreshments and lunch will be in the drawing room where we've just had tea and coffee. And we will aim to serve lunch from 12:15, and for those online, the Zoom link will be left open. It says here, should you need fresh air? I'm not sure about the fresh bit, but if you need to leave the building, please make a note of the door code to get back in, which is 9127, okay? 9127 will get you back into the building. If you need to take a call during the day, there are plenty of other rooms in the building. Please feel free to use them. We've set up this conference. It's a very hot topic, and I know that all of you have your own opinions on ultra-processed food. We've set it up in line with Imperial's values to be open and collaborative, and I know I don't need to ask you to be respectful of each other. And if we observe those values, we'll make it a very rich discussion indeed. The only thing I should add that I've forgotten is if you use social media, we have set up 2 hashtags for you. Please use both together because it helps post-analytic analysis. So they are IB research and ultra-processed food. So the only other job I need to do now is hand over for a formal opening to Professor Franco Sassi. Franco holds a chair in international health policy and economics and is the director of the Centre for Health Economics and Policy Innovation with Imperial Business School. So, Franco.
Thank you, Heather. Just a brief introduction from me and a welcome above all to all of you who have made it to our Imperial College this morning and all of the people online who are attending the conference remotely. And this welcome is really not just on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of the organizing committee of this event, which has been doing an amazing amount of work over the past few months. So I should mention Eszter Vamos. I don't know, Eszter, if you want to show yourself, from the School of Public Health here at Imperial College. I should also mention, of course, Heather, who you have just heard from, and Craig Whittle from the Forum at Imperial, to pop out for a moment, and Jack Holney, who is the Executive Director of CEPI. So all of us, as I say, have been working very hard to organize this event, and the speakers will make it great, and will sit back and relax and listen to the discussion today. But before we do this, I just want to set out a few principles on which this conference is based. Essentially, in a nutshell, what we want to achieve today is making some progress on bridging the gap between the science and the policy on ultra-processed food. The science has been growing and is today in many ways overwhelming. Policy has been lagging behind. There is very little, if any, policy that really addresses the problem worldwide. I mean, some parts of the world are doing better than others, perhaps, but generally there is very little around. One of the issues, of course, is what led us to using the concept of ultra-processed food in inverted commas. We said in the blurb for this conference, the ultra-processed, the term ultra-processed is actually a shorthand, which represents a very broad category of foods which have clearly similarities but also differences. And identifying a definition that is useful for policy is clearly one of the challenges that we're facing. And having spoken to all of the speakers today and knowing what they're going to present, I can tell you that there will be two types of arguments that will be put forward as a conceptual basis for that definition and for policy. The first type of argument is focused more on ultra-processed food products. So it's focusing on products. And here, the situation that we have at the moment is that there's an established focus in the UK for sure, but in many other countries, on nutrients and nutrient profiles in government policy, food policy. We have a very established toolkit. The WHO, thank you, Francesco, for joining. The WHO has nutrition guidelines that set maximum levels of nutrient intakes. Countries have nutrient profile models. We have policies that are built on these nutrient profile models. So this approach is fairly established. But the UPF concept and the evidence that has been built around it really pose a problem, because UPF foods and HFSS foods overlap to a large extent but do not coincide. There are UPF foods that are not HFSS and vice versa. And there's also a science that says that UPF products have health impacts that go beyond those of the nutrients that they contain, maybe because of the additives and various combinations of additives that they involve, because of maybe processing and the disruption in the food matrix that is caused by the types of food processing that are used in producing those foods. These are the mechanisms that some of us have been looking at for many years, and hopefully we'll hear, particularly in the first session, about this. But a different type of argument that is going to be put forward today focuses more on the ultra-processed food industry rather than ultra-processed food products per se. And here there's undeniable evidence that a major component of the food industry has set on a path that is not surprising. I mean, it's a path that many other industries have been going through, which essentially involves reducing production costs, which is, of course, being achieved through product standardization. The same product is produced on a mass scale. So the production on a mass scale requires mass sales, of course. So there is a push to increase sales volumes through essentially strategic marketing, and all the 4 Ps of marketing are being used. Product, so these products are made irresistible to consumers by use of cosmetic additives, by making them hyper-palatable and so on. Placement, these products are available everywhere. You can find them in corner stores, big supermarkets, everywhere. Price, these products are cheap, they are affordable to everyone. And promotion, of course, they're heavily marketed. The brands are used, powerful brands are used, which help promote these products, particularly to vulnerable consumers. So all of this, as I say, is something that is happening in many industries in our economies. And we're not particularly worried about this in many areas of the economy. Actually, we accept this, quite, happily in some areas of the economy. But food is different, and we could spend the rest of the day discussing why food is different. In a nutshell, what makes food different is that UPF products end up displacing the consumption of necessary healthy foods that are no longer sufficiently represented in our diets, basically. About 10 years ago, 2 Nobel Prize winners in economics, George Akerlof and Robert Shiller, published this book in which they argued that the manipulation and deception of consumers is leading to market failure in a number of sectors of the economy. This is exactly what's happening in the food sector, and what Akerlof and Shiller called big food is precisely what today we identify as the ultra-processed food market or industry. Their conclusion is that this has grave implications for social policy, and they see a complementary role for governments to make markets work better. I mean, of course, Ekelöf and Schiller cannot be suspected to be anti-market, but whether you are pro-market or anti-market, you have to recognize that markets, the food market is failing because of this trend in manipulation and deception of consumers. And what we see is, in the public domain, it has been for a long time. This is a report that the FAO published exactly 1 year ago, in which they showed, and that is certainly true for Europe, that the agri-food system today produces as much gross added value for the economy as external costs in terms of environmental, social, and health costs. And health costs are a very large component of these externalities. So there's no question that we have to do something about agri-food systems, and that is why a business school is concerned about this subject, and we join forces with food and health scientists in trying to address this problem. And that allows me to hand it over to our dean, the dean of the Business School of Imperial College, Peter Todd, Professor Peter Todd, who is going to give us a short welcome address.
Thanks, Franco. I'll try not to get too much between your day and the science and all that's to come, but I did want to just say on behalf of the business school and on behalf of Imperial overall a word of welcome and a word of, I may be moving the slides with my hat as we go here. I love this logo, by the way. Thanks, Franco. That's really good brand association for us with all the ultra-processed food in the background there. I wanted to say thanks to all of you for convening together to do this. I mean, the Center for Health Economics and Policy Innovation, the NIHR School for Public Health Research, the Imperial Policy Forum, all the people who have come together across Imperial, I think, to make this happen, but also all the people who have come together from around the world, people involved in the science of this. I think this conference, as you'll be stewarded through your day today by Sheila Dillon, who's told me she'll give me the cut when it's time for me to move on, and I am asked to remind all of you to pay attention to that as well, that she'll be sitting there and telling us when enough is enough. This conference, I think, represents what's special about Imperial, and I'm someone who's just been at Imperial as the dean for a few months now, and I'm in a kind of mode of discovery about the place in many ways. But what brought me and what lured me to Imperial is this idea that we talk across boundaries, and we talk across the boundaries of academic disciplines, and we do science across those boundaries. And we recognize that to attack big questions, you have to bring people together from across those boundaries. And I think the work of CEPI and the work of all the other groups involved is emblematic of that kind of approach to doing science and what's important. There's sort of two things I've learned about Imperial overall, and I think this conference pulls both of them together. If you go back to the charter of Imperial in its founding days, you'll see a mandate in the charter that says, we are here to be useful. And the idea that we are here to be useful means we're to tackle problems and attack problems that are important to the world. And clearly here, you're underlining that notion of doing science that is useful. I think it's also important that we're doing science and bringing informed decision-making to policymakers. And when we're trying to be useful, we're going to touch policy, we're going to touch industry, we're going to touch society in broad ways. And so I congratulate all of you for pulling that notion together. And if you look at Imperial today, and you look at Imperial's strategy and the way we present ourselves to the world, we talk about the idea that at Imperial we do science for humanity. And I think this conference too underlines that idea, science for humanity, right? Tackling big questions that are out there in the world and trying to bring solutions. And that's part of being useful. Bring pragmatic solutions, take the science and look at how you can translate it into policy. I think the only way you do that effectively is if you have conversations not just among scientists, or not just among policymakers, or not just among people from industry, and not just people from a business school or people from a medical faculty, but when you bring all of those people together. And so here you brought a bunch of people with varied perspectives around this to discuss these issues together in this room, and I think online, coming in from all around the world as well. And that's the only way we're going to solve and tackle these problems. So as you go through your innovative, collaborative exercise today with I'm sure, an underlying notion of respect for all the different points of view, I'd ask that you continue to focus on those maybe two ideas. First, how can you make sure at the end of the day that what you've done contributes to that idea to be useful and carries out some of that utility to the world, and bring the science that we created Imperial out into the world and create that idea of science for humanity. I've got the cut, and I think I'm passing it to Sheila. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Tor. I'm delighted to be part of what promises to be a remarkable day. I work on the food program on Radio 4, and we've made a number of programs investigating the links between UPF and the state of British health. And listening to the two most recent programs as preparation for this conference, I was struck again by two things, two programs that people in this room were part of. First, the refusal of any major company or even their trade associations to talk to us or in any correspondence to use the words ultra-processed foods or the acronym. And second, by the statement from the Government Scientific Advisory Committee on Nutrition, SACNI. We asked them for their views on UPFs as a possible cause of Britain's epidemic of ill health, and their statement read, the association between higher consumption of UPF and adverse health outcomes are concerning. But it's unclear to what extent these associations are explained by established relationships between nutritional factors and health outcomes. And in plain English, that's a bit Orwellian, is it just that these foods are high in sugar, salt, and fat? And as you know, that's SACNI's official position. And it's already up. All of you, I'm sure, have seen this. Because SACNI was investigated in September by the British Medical Journal. And it said in that article, UK government's nutrition advisors are paid by the world's largest food company. That's the title. It was illustrated with this graphic showing the connections 11 of the 17 SACNI members have with the food industry. And it's a reminder of how deep and in some way how perfectly ordinary the reach of the food industry is into how food policy is made in the UK. But it should also remind us about that this arises from the research infrastructure in Britain that pushes industry links. Because in that same BMJ article, Alison Tedston, the former chief nutritionist at Public Health England, said, this practice of linking with the food industry is, quote, expected by a key national funding body. In her experience, she said, applications for nutrition research to the Biotechnology and Biological Sciences Research Council are more likely to be successful if there is partnership funding from food businesses. Of course, as you know, defenders of SACNI spoke and wrote angrily in the wake of the BMJ's investigation. And they talked about the importance of SACNI's work and the necessity of working with industry to improve the industrial food that currently makes up about 57% of the general UK diet, and that's about 75% if you're a British teenager. The defenders' claims that SACNI has been effective in giving advice that's improved our food system were somewhat undermined last week when a new analysis from economist Professor Tim Jackson, commissioned by the Food, Farming and Countryside Commission, found that the costs of Britain's food system amounts to 268 billion every year. That's almost equivalent to the total annual UK spend on healthcare. And they calculated that by combining the costs of healthcare, 67.5 billion, social care, welfare, productivity, and the human cost of chronic disease. So the UK's entire annual healthcare costs are 292 billion, so it's not very far off, which all means there's a lot to talk about today in really understanding what scope there is for government action on UPFs, and in understanding the science that must underline any action. So let's begin with two scientists whose research is really at the heart of what we know about UPFs and our health. And this is Dr. Kevin Hall and Dr. Mathilde Touvier. And I think you all have your agenda, so I won't run through their CVs. Mathilde Touvier is Research Director at Inserm, the National Institute of Health and Medical Research in France. Mathilde, I think you are the first speaker, and you have 15 minutes, as you know. There's 15 minutes for each speech, and then 15 questions, please.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me today, and I'm very happy to share this session with Kevin Hall. We are here to try to give you the state of science of ultra-processed food. I will speak about the epidemiology and public health perspective, and Kevin will go a little bit deeper in the mechanisms that could explain these associations. So I think you are all very well aware of this NOVA classification that was proposed since 2009 by Carlos Monteiro and colleagues in Brazil, and which classifies the food according to their degree of food processing. We are talking today about the NOVA 4 class, so the ultra-processed foods, which are foods that undergo deep transformations in terms of hydrogenation, extrusion, pre-processing by frying or other transformations, or they generally contain ingredients that we don't have them in our domestic kitchens. This is what we say to the public to identify them. So this can be cosmetic additives, such as dyes or emulsifiers or artificial sweeteners, or other ingredients, flavors, maltodextrin, or hydrogenated oils, for instance. So here is one of the recent papers that you can have a look at if you want to see the definition of the NOVA classification and examples and advice, such as how to apply it in epidemiological studies in practice. So applying this NOVA classification to nationally representative surveys around the world, you see here that there are some big differences regarding the share of calories, daily caloric intake brought by ultra-processed foods. With countries here in Romania, Colombia, Hungary, less than 20% of caloric intake, and here in the UK or the US, we are about at 60% of energy intake by ultra-processed foods. So when we started to work on this topic with my research team in Paris, there had been no epidemiological study investigating the association between the share of ultra-processed food in the diet and the risk of chronic diseases such as cancers, cardiovascular diseases, or type 2 diabetes. So we wanted to investigate this with the Nutrinet Santé cohort. So this is the web-based cohort that we launched in 2009 in France. It gathers today more than 179,000 participants, and we still recruit new participants. And its characteristics is the very high level of detail in terms of dietary exposure assessment. So we have repeated 24-hour dietary records, which are very detailed, and we also collect the commercial names and brands of the product. And you will see after that it's very important first to apply correctly the NOVA classification. It's easier when you have this information, but also to measure the food additive content, which is of course very different for same generic item between commercial brands. We also have serum, plasma, and the gut microbiota information. And of course, we follow participants, and we registered across the follow-up several thousands of incident cases of different chronic diseases. So this is, yes, an infrastructure, and we have many research topics, but here we focus on food processing and food formulation, and you'll see a new project also on food packaging and all the interaction between food packaging, ultra-processed food, which are also too important in the complementary dimensions. So the first etiological paper that we published on this topic in Nutrinet Santé was about cancer risk. It was in 2018, and we observed that for a 10 points higher share of ultra-processed food in the diet, here it was the share in terms of weight, so in terms of grams per day, 10 points higher. We had an increased risk observed here for overall cancer, about 12% increased risk, and 11% for breast cancer. Colorectal cancer was not statistically significant at the time because we had a low number of cases, limited, and now we are running the analysis again, and we think it would be now significant for colorectal cancer also. Here is the paper that we published on ultra-processed food and increased risk of cardiovascular diseases overall, but also coronary heart diseases and cerebrovascular diseases. And here are all the sensitivity analysis model. I won't run through them all, but just to show you the stability and the robustness of the associations, whatever we tried in terms of statistical analysis. We also observed association with an increased risk of premature mortality. Here it's overall mortality. And we also investigated the association with depressive symptoms. We have a repeated questionnaire in Nutrinet, which measures the depressive symptoms with a validated scale, CESD. And here, this was for people free from depressive symptoms at baseline, and some of them developed some symptoms during follow-up. And we saw here a robust also association between the proportion of ultra-processed food and increased risk of these depressive symptoms. Here you see a quasi-linear association between proportion of ultra-processed food in the diet and increased type 2 diabetes risk with these restrictive cubic splines. Same here for the risk of becoming overweight or obese during follow-up. Here also with people at baseline not obese or overweight. And you see here the trajectories also of weight gain. So everybody tends to gain weight in average with aging in the cohort. But you see here that the weight gain was, the curve is more sharp, is sharper for people with a higher share of ultra-processed food in their diet. So we run many sensitivity analysis. I won't bother you with all that currently, but the important point here is the fact that in all these analyses, I mean, we already know that eating too much salt, sugar, not enough dietary fiber, so the nutritional aspect of the diet, this is not good for health. And an important point here is that we talk about ultra-processed food today. Franco already said it's really two complementary dimensions. It should not be an excuse to forget that the nutritional dimension remains very important, and it's really proven. But here we wanted to investigate the potential impact of ultra-processed food without removing this effect already well known by the nutritional part. And so we adjusted the models, we stratified the analysis, and despite all that, the associations between ultra-processed food and health outcomes remained stable. So since these studies in Nutrinet, there has been a huge literature in the world confirming these results. So now we have more than 80 prospective cohort studies showing very consistent associations between ultra-processed food and increased adverse health outcomes. Here are some examples of recent meta-analysis on cardiometabolic aspects showing increased risk of type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular events, hypertension, obesity, abdominal obesity, and many others. And we have some new studies almost every week. Here, last month, I think, it was a new paper from 3 big cohort studies in the US confirming these results, with also meta-analysis for cardiovascular health outcomes. And you may have seen this umbrella review published by Melissa Lane and colleagues, showing the health outcomes for which we have the higher weight of evidence currently for ultra-processed food, so not only for cardiometabolic health, mental disorders, mortality, and some areas for which we need to improve and to increase the weight gain, the weight of evidence for cancer, for instance. So the important point here, watching at all this literature, is that many are based on big cohort studies, so more than 100,000 participants, and we have studies from all continents, so in Europe, Canada, Latin America, Asia. It's true for studies on adults, but also on children, on dyslipidemia, and also in pregnant women, pregnancy-related outcomes. I won't spoil anything here because Kevin is talking about the fascinating job he's doing in his lab on understanding the mechanistic aspect with randomized trials and experimental research. But here, I just wanted to stress the fact that we often hear the fact that, okay, these epidemiological studies are only observational studies, and so it doesn't worth anything. It's not a randomized trial. And here I wanted to stress the fact that for tobacco and lung cancer, for instance, it wasn't with big randomized control trial that we have proven the causal effects of tobacco. Here we couldn't take people and give them ultra-processed food during, I don't know, 1, 5, 8 years, and the lucky ones in the placebo group receiving minimally processed food, and compare who dies first and who has more cancers between the two groups after these years. We cannot do that ethically, but we can do observational studies on these hard endpoints. We can do more shorter-term randomized control trials, not jeopardizing the life of participants, but bringing very important arguments in terms of mechanisms, and also having the experimental research. And so this triangulation of methods is very important to reach causality, and this is what we have reached, I think, currently with ultra-processed food. So now we are doing research to understand the mechanisms. So of course, lower nutritional quality in average, it's a point, but these are 2 dimensions and it's not the only explanation. So the changes in food matrix and texture that may impact bioavailability, the way our body processes all these things and our gut microbiota processes what we ingest probably plays a role. The role of contaminants created during processes such as furan, acrylines, acrylamides, and many others, and also coming from the packagings, plastic packagings and others, and the lead of the ingredients put in these foods, such as food additives and other ingredients. Altogether, these different elements play a role, and they play a role through many, many mechanisms, probably some of them going through impact on a gut microbiota. Not all of them, but many of them. We've explained this in this review. So now with Nutrinet Santé, as I said, as we have the commercial names and brands of the products, we've been able to quantify the intakes of food additives within the cohort. Intakes of each individual food additives, but also the main mixtures of additives to which people are currently exposed. And so we've started to publish several papers as pieces by pieces elements to understand the effects of the ultra-processed food. So we started to work with nitrites and nitrates in processed meat and other foods, and we showed associations with several types of cancer risk, breast and prostate, depending on the food additives. We also observed association with increased type 2 diabetes risk for nitrites, nothing for nitrates. No association observed for cardiovascular disease risk, but an increased risk of hypertension for nitrites additives. We then worked on artificial sweeteners, because there was the monograph ongoing by the IR, and we wanted to bring some science to be able to increase the weight of evidence. And here we had access not only to the quantities of artificially sweetened beverages or tabletop sweeteners, but also all the sources, and we were able to distinguish between aspartame, acesulfame, potassium, sucralose, and different types of additives. And we showed here associations between these different types of artificial sweeteners and increased risk of several cancers here, and also with coronary and cerebrovascular diseases, depending on the type of artificial sweeteners. And with type 2 diabetes, with also associations observed for sucralose for this outcome. We also published results on emulsifiers, so I go very fast, but everything is published so you can have the information, and I can also provide the slides. And so we observed several associations here with cardiovascular diseases, and notably some artificial sweeteners such as carboxymethylcellulose that has been observed by our colleagues in to impact gut microbiota and influence chronic inflammation. The colleagues, Benoit Chassin and colleagues, have published very interesting topics and results on that, and we had information on the same additives here. Also on the risk of cancer, here we had notably carrageenans that were much associated, and also mono and diglycerides of fatty acids, which is really ubiquitous, even in products that we are not classified by the public as junk food, such as flavored yogurts or cereal crisp breads and so on. So not only, so results also on type 2 diabetes for these emulsifiers. And we are currently working on dyes, glutamates, preservatives, and antioxidants. These are results that, yes, contributed, for instance, to the IARC monograph on aspartame, which is now considered as possibly carcinogenic to humans. And we are working on the potential impact of mixtures of food additives on chronic diseases. One. We are doing now also mechanistic epidemiology with blood markers of inflammation, oxidative stress, metabolomics to see how these biomarkers mediate the association between ultra-processed food, food additives, and health outcomes. And we are working with toxicologist colleagues that will are mimicking the mixtures observed in humans on different outcomes that we would not be able to study in humans. And we are now working on food contact materials. Here we have tested, we created the Nutri-Score. Maybe some of you know this logo, which focuses on the nutritional dimension. And we propose an evolution of the Nutri-Score with a black frame to identify very quickly foods that are ultra-processed and to combine these two dimensions that are complementary. And we tested this new logo in a randomized control trial with 10,000 participants. And it was very efficient to be able to rank foods according to their nutritional profile, but also to pick the ones that are ultra-processed without being blinded by the marketing of the product. So this is important at the individual level, but now we also need to transform the market, the offer, through policies that will target the overall food system, and this is why we are going to discuss today, so I won't go through the detail, but what should we do in terms of marketing regulation, price policies, and regulation of potentially problematic food additives and so on. And so to finish, food processing, we need food processing, but we don't need ultra-processed foods. We may not know all the factors at play in terms of mechanisms, components, and so on. Research is ongoing on this and multidisciplinary research, but it should not be an excuse. I mean, today the evidence is sufficient to take action, to encourage our government to take action with different food policies in order to make the healthy, sustainable, minimally processed options the easiest choice on a daily basis for consumers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mathilde.
That was a beautiful overview of the amazing work that you've accomplished in these observational cohort studies with lots and lots of people. And I'm going to kind of narrow the focus now to our really tiny, hugely limited studies where we bring people in and we basically study them in this very artificial environment. But the ability that we have is to control that environment in really robust ways so that people don't have access to outside study foods. We are able to measure to the gram how many calories and how much carbs, fat, protein, sugar, all these sorts of things that people are eating. And that's the way I like to think of our studies, is that we basically are experimentally mimicking large shifts in the food environments that our subjects are experiencing. And the same people experience multiple food environments, and we measure their behavior. And we're told, they get told very simply, change, you're not trying to change your weight, you're not trying to gain weight or lose weight. They're not even aware of what the primary outcome of the study is. We're measuring lots of things on these folks. They're wearing loose-fitting scrubs so they can't tell if they're gaining or losing weight. And I'll describe some of the results from those studies now. Let's see if I can go forward. So this was the one that was mentioned in Mathilde's presentation, where we basically bring people to the NIH Clinical Center. They live with us for a month, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we expose them in random order to 2 very different food environments. And they don't have to prepare the food, they don't have to buy the food, there's no sort of economics going on in terms of having it more convenient. They're equally convenient. 3 meals a day, and in this study, a box of snacks available. And we randomized 20 men and women from a wide range of body mass indices to either experience 2 weeks of an ultra-processed diet, which is 80% or more calories from the NOVA 4 group, or minimally processed diet that had no ultra-processed foods and 80% of calories from the NOVA 1 group. And then after 2 weeks, they switched to the opposite diet. And we're measuring lots of things on these folks. And importantly, our genius dietitians and chefs in the NIH Clinical Center matched these diets for the presented calories, fat, carbs, sugar, sodium, fiber, and glycemic load. And so we're trying to take, at least at the global level of these dietary patterns, these nutrients of concern out of the equation in some case. And there's some discussion that we can have about how successful we were at doing that. Okay, so what happened? People did as they were told. They're rating their appetite throughout this period of time. They're eating to the same degree of hunger, fullness, satisfaction, and eating capacity. But in order to achieve this, they ended up eating about 500 calories per day more on average when they're exposed to this ultra-processed dietary pattern as compared to the minimally processed dietary pattern. And as a result, they're gaining weight during the ultra-processed dietary pattern, and they're spontaneously losing weight in the minimally processed dietary pattern. And that has also correspondingly led to changes in body fat mass. So they're gaining body fat in the ultra-processed dietary pattern, losing body fat in the minimally processed dietary pattern. So we published this study in 2019, and it's gotten the most attention of any study I'll probably ever do in my life. And there's so many hypotheses about what is really driving this. Some folks have said that it's mainly about the texture of the foods. Ultra-processed foods tend to be softer, they're easier to chew and swallow, and in fact, when we measured how quickly people were eating the meals, they ended up eating the ultra-processed meals more quickly in terms of grams per minute. Other folks have suggested that there's other aspects of the diet that weren't precisely matched. So maybe the protein content of the diet was not quite right, perfectly matched, and maybe there's something called the protein leverage hypothesis that may have led to this effect. There's a variety of ideas. We did a post hoc analysis, and this is kind of hypothesis generating, to try to identify aspects of the individual meals when you remove the beverages from those meals that were playing a role in mediating some of the effect. And we published this study at the beginning of 2023. And it really, these two factors sort of popped out at us as being potential drivers. One of them was the non-beverage energy density, so remove the beverages from the equation, look at the foods that are on the plate, and what was the energy density of those foods. The ultra-processed foods, because they're drier, tend to concentrate the calories. They have the same, and the diet's the same macronutrient composition, but they're drier, and so they end up increasing the calorie content per gram of food. And that seemed to mediate about 40% or so of the effect. And then we had this other construct that was developed by Tara Fazzino at University of Kansas, something called hyperpalatable foods. And these are foods that are high in pairs of nutrients. So foods that are high in both sugar and fat, or both salt and fat, or both carbs and salt. And that also seemed to mediate a big chunk of the effect. And so that led us to design a study that's ongoing right now, where we're now, again, bringing people to the NIH Clinical Center. They're spending a month with us, and we've designed now 4 test diets. And they get this in 1 week in random order, a counterbalance sequence. And again, all the diets are now better matched for macronutrients, fiber, sugar, and sodium. But we have one diet that is minimally processed, low in energy density, and low in hyperpalatable foods, similar to our first study. We have one that's ultra-processed diet, high in non-beverage energy density and high in hyperpalatable foods, similar to the first study. We have one that's high in non-beverage energy density and low in hyperpalatable foods. And a final ultra-processed diet or reformulated diet that's low in both energy density and hyperpalatable foods. And so what I'm going to present to you now is an interim analysis. This is for the first time in public. I'll present this data that we collected over the summer, where we looked at the first half of our subjects. This is kind of giving you an idea of what the differences between the diets are. All three ultra-processed diets are 80% or more calories from ultra-processed foods. But they vary in terms of the percentage of energy coming from hyperpalatable foods, that's these foods that, individual foods that increase in these pairs of nutrients, and their non-beverage energy density. They differ in those factors, but they're quite well matched for a variety of other nutrients of concern. So the first 18 of 36 participants, 11 males, 7 females, pretty wide range of ages, 19 to 52, wide range of adiposities, BMIs ranging from 21 to 42. So it's a big range of people that we were looking at. They did what they were asked. On all 4 diets, they're eating to the same degree of hunger, fullness, satisfaction, and eating capacity. So they're doing as they were told. And again, they're blinded to what the primary outcome is. They're blinded to their body weight measurements. They're blinded to their continuous glucose measurements. Everything is blinded. Interestingly, there was no significant difference in how pleasant they rated the meals. And that's actually something that was true from our first study as well. So despite the fact that one was very highly ultra-processed and even contained more of these so-called hyperpalatable foods, people did not rate the meals as being any more or less pleasant on average. And that was true in this case too, which is kind of good news, right? It means that you could actually change people's calorie intake, at least in the first study, without necessarily changing how much they're enjoying the food. Interestingly, in this study, there was no significant differences in the meal eating rate, which was quite unlike the previous study. So that piece has been factored out in some sense in this study. Now, the drum roll of what happened to the primary outcome. So here's the minimally processed low diet. That's the 0% ultra-processed diet. People were eating about 2,700 calories per day. Ultra-processed high. It's about 1,000 calories a day different. So a bigger effect size than our previous study. One of the things that is actually quite different in this study is that we removed the snacks. No one has snacks this time. There was actually no significant difference in snack intake in our first study, and it complicated some of our assessments of CGM readings because we didn't know when the people ate the snacks. So we removed the snacks this time around. When you remove the hyperpalatable foods, or reduce them, we get maybe a nominal small reduction of 200 calories per day. Hasn't reached statistical significance yet. Again, all preliminary data, only the first half of the study subjects at this point. And then finally, ultra-processed low is very close to the minimally processed diet, suggesting that if you can reduce both the energy density of the overall dietary pattern and the percentage of calories coming from hyperpalatable foods, you can almost normalize people's ad libitum energy intake, despite the fact that they're still eating a diet that is more than 80% of calories from ultra-processed foods. So it suggests that we're starting to pinpoint mechanisms by which diets that are often high in ultra-processed foods are driving the effects, but they're not necessary, right? So just because you're eating a diet that contains 80% of calories from ultra-processed foods, if they have certain properties, in this case, low in hyperpalatable foods and lower in overall energy density, you can mitigate some of that effect. At least in the first half of our subjects, that was true. The other thing I'd like to point out again is just the huge effects that the food environment has on people, right? So even though this is a completely artificial environment, and we've taken out many of the usual things that are part of our food environment, the convenience, the expense, the time, the equipment that's required to prepare these foods, all of that's taken out. This is really focusing on the foods themselves. You see these huge swings in how many calories people choose to eat, at least over relatively short periods of time. Okay, so what happened to body weight? So not surprisingly, there are big differences. On the ultra-processed diet, people are gaining weight, a kilogram over 7 days. In the ultra-processed high-low condition, they're also gaining weight. It's not statistically significantly different yet. We'll see what happens with the full cohort. Interestingly, both of the low groups, either an 80% ultra-processed diet or a 0% ultra-processed diet, led to the same amount of slight weight loss, which is interesting. So again, weight gain is not a necessary component of a highly ultra-processed diet. But I thought we were done here. I thought, okay, gosh, we solved this problem. This is great. But then a little bit of a monkey wrench was thrown in because we decided to look at the body composition changes. And only the minimally processed diet group lost body fat. And again, these are the same people. Now, who knows if this trend is gonna continue for the next half, but it suggests that something interesting is going on, even when the number of calories that we're calculating based on traditional food tables, we're not measuring all the excretion products, we're not collecting all of the poop, we're collecting samples of poop for microbiota analysis. But it suggests maybe there's something going on with digestibility, and maybe there's something going on with energy partitioning in the body. The same amount of weight loss in one case is coming from fat-free mass, in the other case, a big chunk of that is coming from body fat loss in the same people. How much of that has to do with other components of the diets that are clearly not matched, I think is an open question. It's very interesting. So even if we're able to eventually explain all of the kind of body fat and adiposity and energy intake side of things, of course, there's many other things that could be going on. And in fact, the reason we did the interim analysis was to apply for funding to do a more in-depth analysis of two of the groups. In fact, it was the minimally processed low-low and the ultra-processed low-low that are matched for weight change, to look at an in-depth dive with my colleagues, Catherine Mackey and Michael Sack at the NIH, on immune system function and gut function and microbiota in these folks. So that will be coming down the pike. We have no preliminary data on that, but hopefully we'll be able to get that funding and get some of this information. And with that, I'd like to thank all the folks who do the real work, especially our study subjects, the nursing staff, the nutrition department at the NIH. So thanks for your attention.
Can we just come up here? Thank you both very, very much. That was remarkable, really remarkable. These are some questions from Mathilde. How does the Nutrinet Santé manage to sustain the long-term collection of 24-hour food recall diaries for such a large cohort? And what do you think are some of the success factors in that and the challenges?
So it's a nutritional epidemiology challenge.
You don't have a microphone, actually.
Oh, I thought you were, you're not like
None of
type.
us do.
Okay, you go over there and I'll stay here, sorry.
Okay.
No, I'm mic'd up. Okay, fine. Well, you heard my question, yes. Mathilde, yeah.
It's a challenge, and we are working now on ways to increase the feeling of belonging to the cohorts and participatory research. But it's to mention that it's not every day, of course. The 24-hour reports, it's 3 at baseline and then 3 every 6 months. And some of them answer just once a year and not every 6 months and so on. And some are very interested, for instance, when we say that we are going to study food additives or gut microbiota, and they didn't answer for 1 year and then they come back. And so, yes, it's a process to have them keep in the cohort, and it's a challenge of every day. And we don't pay them, so it's really people who want to help public research.
There was a follow-up question to that, really. What actions are the French government considering from that study, from the data that you're revealing?
So in France, following these papers, there has been an inquiry committee by the National Assembly. So we've been auditioned many times, and at the Senate, the National Assembly, and so on. And they really want to do something. And they introduced already in the official French Food and Nutrition Program, Programme National Nutrition Santé, the official recommendation to lower ultra-processed foods, which is tell to people. So it's already something, because there is some recommendation in Brazil, in several countries. For instance, I don't think there is some in the US or in the UK, so it's a first step. And now they are, wanting to go further, for instance, supporting the Nutri-Score with the black frame to identify products. And we are moving forward also on the regulation. We have a tax on sugary drinks, and there is a way to think, should we extend it to ultra-processed food? It's not the case for the moment, but they are, thinking about that.
And do you think the French population is going to be open to that kind of advice?
Yes, I think that here and as in many countries, the ultra-processed problem is really gaining attention, and people, even we see this in our studies sometimes, it's funny because they think it's more important to eat not ultra-processed than to eat low intakes of sugar or salt and so on. So this is why I mentioned the two dimensions that remain important. It's still important not to eat too much sugar, salt and so on, but now people say, okay, if it's a chocolate cake made at home with many butter and so on, as long as it's not ultra-processed, there's no problem. So we're here to repeat that, yes, the two dimensions are important, but people are open to that, and we've done a work on tax. Should we extend the sugar beverages tax on ultra-processed food and so on? And the first tax to which they would be more open would be on ultra-processed food. So it's really in the minds. There's an open way for action. People would be, yeah.
Thanks. Kevin, a question, how was ultra-palatability defined and designed into the new study?
Yeah, so this is Tara Fazzino at University of Kansas has come up with objective thresholds. I'm not a big fan of the term hyperpalatability because, as you saw, people liked the meals equally, right? So it's not a liking rating of, it's not based on the psychophysics of ranking foods and their properties in terms of texture and things like that, the way a food industry would do a panel and assess people's liking or palatability of foods. It's based on pairs of nutrient thresholds crossing objective thresholds. So if a food is high in both sugar and fat, I don't remember exactly what the thresholds are off the top of my head, then it would be deemed hyperpalatable. If it's high in salt and fat, it would be deemed hyperpalatable. If it's high in salt and carbs, it would be deemed hyperpalatable, regardless of whether or not somebody said they liked it or disliked it. So it's these objective pairs of nutrients crossing thresholds.
To both of you, actually, what are the next steps, if you begin, Kevin, what are the next steps in research when it comes to food texture and overeating?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and one of the hypotheses has been that because ultra-processed foods typically tend to be softer and easier to chew and swallow, that they lead to increased eating rate, and because it takes some time for your gut to process those nutrients and send the signal to your brain, that might be driving excess calorie intake. There's so many narratives and hypotheses that sound reasonable, but until you actually do the studies to test that, then you don't know whether or not it's really playing a huge role. There is a trial going on right now that doesn't have a minimally processed control group, but has ultra-processed diets that vary in texture. It's called the Restructure trial, led by Kieran Ford. And they're testing to see if you can change the texture of the foods, can you change eating rate, which thereby would change calorie intake. What we showed in this study is that when you change other properties of ultra-processed diets, and yet we're not trying to match eating rate, but they happen to eat the foods at the same rate, there was huge differences still in the number of calories people chose to eat. So if it does play a role, it doesn't always play a role, and in this case it didn't play a role. So,
Mathilde.
Yes, what we would like to also, beyond the eating rate, explore is the impact on the gut microbiota, because if the food is already pre-digested, as in some ultra-processed food, it won't be the same for the gut microbiota to break the matrix and digest all the nutrients, and so the composition, the functioning of the microbiota will be changed. This is the hypothesis, and we really would like to go deeper in this. So we collected the source for 10,000 people in Nutrinet, and we're going to explore this side of the mechanisms.
Isn't there also a cultural difference? I remember an earlier study that was being done on fast food chains, and what this study showed was that people in a French McDonald's take twice or 3 times as long to eat that meal as an American does in a McDonald's. So in a way, you're looking at two different groups with different attitudes to eating.
in our case, it's the same people.
Yes.
Right? So if you're a fast eater, then you're probably going to be a fast eater across the board, and so that's one of the advantages of these sorts of crossover studies, is that you can take those aspects out of the equation because it's the same person exposed to different environments.
Kevin, what other mechanisms did you consider in the Fazzino study?
Yeah, so we also considered the protein content of the meals because it was hypothesized that that might play a role. And in fact, we found a somewhat opposite trend, that the more protein that was on the plate that we gave people, it turned out the more calories they ended up eating, which was a little counterintuitive. We thought it would have the opposite sign. So we tested that. There was, let's see, I'm trying to think of if we had included other things. We tested an interaction effect between energy density and hyperpalatable foods because there's some overlap, some correlation between those two things. There was an interesting interaction effect, but we didn't have measures for everything, all the aspects of the foods in the place. So we basically included what we could measure accurately. We looked at glucose responses after the meals with CGMs. That was not different between the two diets. So those factors didn't play a role, but there was other things that were not matched. And that's the important thing to say, is that in nutrition science, it's almost impossible to match everything, right? And so, for example, insoluble fiber is something that's very different in a minimally processed diet and tends to be almost absent in a highly processed diet. And so that's, even though we matched the fiber content of the two diets in the first study, and again have matched them across in this new study, the type of fiber and where it's coming from is actually quite different. But that's the nature of the beast. And if you have someone eating a highly processed diet and you give them advice to eat more fiber, oftentimes they will tend to take a fiber supplement, and that's a soluble fiber supplement.
There were a couple of questions on this issue. Did you measure the time taken to prepare the ultra-processed versus non-ultra-processed food? If they have the same level of palatability, could this be down to better chefs, more cooking time?
Well, we try to make sure that all the food is as tasty while matching these hugely restrictive requirements to be matched in these variety of things. And just to remind people, these are metabolic kitchen experiments. So every item of food is weighed to 1/10 of a gram when it goes up to the folks, and the leftovers are measured to the 1/10 of the gram afterwards. So you cannot translate that work that's required to prepare food into a normal sort of day. But clearly our chefs enjoy doing the ultra-processed diets more than the minimally processed diets. It's much quicker for them. And of course, these are factors that everyday folks in these observational cohorts, this is one of the reasons why people choose ultra-processed diets, and I don't think we can get away from that. They are, they're tasty, they're convenient, they're inexpensive, you don't require a lot of skill or equipment to either store or prepare them. There's many things that people enjoy about those diets and why they can incorporate them in their life. We've taken that out of the equation in our studies, right? It's equally convenient and cheap, and no skill or equipment is required.
Last question, Mathilde. How important is the damage to the food ingredient microbiome during the processing to UPFs? This will lead to damage to the consumer's microbiome and an important impact on health. It's a question. It's the damage to the food and then the damage to the human microbiome.
So to the food microbiome and then...
Yes, how important is the damage to the food ingredients?
Questions, and a good question, for instance, some scientists think that these ultra-processed food also lost their microbiome, and so the microorganisms that can be useful for us, and we also live in a very sterile environment with these very industrialized foods, and this may impact human microbiome. So this is another lead of research. And regarding the impact on microbiota, for instance, I mentioned the work of Benoît Chassin. They did several randomized trials on experimental data, mostly animals, but all short-term humans, showing that, for instance, several emulsifiers really impacted the diversity, the functioning of a microbiome. For instance, they allowed the pathogens, bacteria, to go through the colon, and it triggered some colorectal cancers in animals and inflammation in humans. And so these are parts of the mechanisms, and there are similar work from Eran Ilinev on artificial sweeteners, and so these are, yes, part of the mechanism that may also play a role for these ultra-processed foods.
Thank you both very much. I mean, I'm sure everybody feels like I do, that this could just go on and on. So thank you. And we're more or less keeping to time. We're going to have a break now for meet again at 11:20, where we hear from Dr. Francesco Branca.
Walmsley, are you? I'm an Imperial academic.
Oh, I see.
They've had a long-standing nutrition research partnership with Nestle. Just so you know, it's ironic.
Yeah.
Given the
Jack, can we just, herding cats is right.
Yep.
Microphone, are the microphones
These
on?
will.
Okay.
Okay, everybody, I think we can get started.
Hello?
Hello?
This is what I do to get the cat in, right?
It's like children.
Sorry, why is it two mics? So
When you have the Q&A,
better.
I think when you have the Q&A, put people here and then they can just use the mic.
Okay. At the beginning of this, Jack said that it would be difficult. Herding academics is about the same as herding cats, and I've never tried herding cats, but this is possibly up there. Okay, welcome back. And we're going to hear from Dr. Francesco Branca, the director of the Department of Nutrition and Food Safety at WHO, with his take on UPF in global nutrition. And before he joined WHO, Dr. Branca spent much of his life leading studies on the effects of food and nutrients on human health. And at the end of his session, 11:40, we will have 5 minutes for questions, like last time. Okay, Dr. Branca, welcome. Hello.
Good morning, and congratulations, Franco, for having brought together these brilliant minds to discuss such an important topic. And thank you for counting WHO among those minds. What I would like to start is telling you what has been the work of WHO in this topic, and then I'll tell you what our plans are. I will first start by trying to use this. Yes. I'll first start by telling you that together with the Food and Agriculture Organization, the World Health Organization has released a couple of weeks ago, actually, a document on what are healthy diets. It's a joint statement, and we did this because we wanted to give a clear message from the UN normative agencies of what are key elements that need to be considered, and somehow challenging the perception which has been used as a manipulation by certain actors that there's no agreement on what healthy diets are. We have used these 4 principles to define healthy diets. A healthy diet should be adequate, should provide enough essential nutrients to prevent deficiencies and promote health without excess. It should be balanced, so it should have balanced energy sources, particularly macronutrients, fats, carbohydrates, and proteins, with the largest amount of energy coming from carbohydrates, preferably complex carbohydrates, up to 75%. Fats not more than 30%, proteins 10 to 15%. And this is to promote healthy weight growth and disease prevention. Healthy diets should moderate certain components and certain foods, such as sodium, free sugars, saturated fat, certain products such as red meat and processed meat, and we have included there ultra-processed food. And a healthy diet should be diverse. They should include a wide variety of nutritious foods within and across food groups to favor nutrient adequacy and consumption of other health-promoting substances. So note the plural. So there are many healthy diets as long as they comply with those 4 principles. Ultra-processed food. WHO recognizes the urgent need to curb the global dietary shift towards ultra-processed food that is driving negative health outcomes. And you have really heard very clearly from Franco, Sassi, from Mathilde, Touvier, what the challenge is and what is happening in the world. It's a very quick shift. So the healthy diet statement really refers to the need of reducing the consumption, moderating the consumption of ultra-processed food because they increase the risk of premature mortality, cancer, cardiovascular disease, overweight, obesity, and type 2 diabetes. We also mentioned the impaired mental, respiratory, and gastrointestinal health, which is, pretty much the analysis that Mathilde gave us. So that's where we are now. But of course, there's been a lot of work done in some of our regions to look at ultra-processed food. And particularly, I'd like to mention the nutrient profile model that was developed by the Pan American Health Organization. And this model categorizes processed and ultra-processed foods that are high in total fat, saturated fat, trans fat, free sugars, and or sodium, or contain non-nutritive sweeteners, and then separates. It doesn't apply this criteria to the unprocessed and or minimally processed foods. And in that document, clearly it's explained what the processed and ultra-processed foods are. So it defines as a series of food groups, but also it says, we have a marker for these foods, and that's the presence of cosmetic additives which add, eliminate, or alter a product's flavor, sweetness, color, texture, or density. So based on this density, of course, a lot of policy application that Fabio will tell you later this afternoon have been developed. But certainly what was important was to map what was the situation in Latin America. And it definitely was a worrisome situation because ultra-processed drinks contributed to 1/3 of total energy from all ultra-processed products. Very high intake of free sugars from ultra-processed products. Many of the products were soft drinks, cookies, biscuits, sugar-sweetened juices and drinks. Carbonated soft drinks had an important part. A lot of sodium coming, for example, from dressing, ultra-processed food dressing. So this was really an important call to action given the size of the public health problem. More recently, the work has also been done in India. This is a document from our country office that is actually showing how in that country the sales of chocolate and sugar confectionery, salty snacks, beverages, ready-made and convenience food and breakfast cereals grew at a compound annual growth rate of 33% in retail service value. And this is only a window of 10 years, 2011, 2021, but it's showing how quickly and how intensively the food system is changing in a huge country like India. Okay, so that's what has been done so far. We've recently tried to reflect it also in response to many requests from the international community for WHO to be a bit more precise about ultra-processed food, both the definition and the recommendation. So is there any recommendations about curbing the consumption? Is there a zero limit? Is there a maximum limit of consumption of ultra-processed food? So why is that? Because there has been some challenges to the NOVA classification and to the way it's interpreted and applied. So somehow NOVA, is more a qualitative kind of approach. When you try to apply to a regulatory system, there are some areas which require better clarification to be able to ensure consistency. So we need a single, clear, objective, operational definition of ultra-processed food for both the dietary guidelines and let's say the communication part also to the general population, but particularly for policy and regulatory applications. So looking at the ways to define, it seems that the ingredient-based operational definition seems to lend itself to this, let's say, more consistent use. So ingredient profiles or signatures to identify ultra-processed food. We convened in August a roundtable discussion to really identify the best approach for developing an operational definition of ultra-processed food. And many of you have been participating in this meeting, and to determine the types and sources of evidence needed to support this approach. So there were many discussions, but I'm just summarizing 5 points that were reflected. First point, should we reflect mechanism of action? Second point, should the operational definition include clinical nutrient thresholds or energy density, or simply the ingredient signature? Is the ingredient-based definition a valid approach, especially at global level, given the wide range of ingredients and naming convention? Should we go for more regional models? And how to define the ingredient signatures? Should we list these ingredients? Should we have categories of ingredients instead? And what are the potential challenges in developing and using an operational definition based on such an approach? So we're basically trying to first identify the challenges and the question, and then see the response there. Nova is using, of course, this ingredient marker approach. And as you know, Nova has this basically 2 elements. One is the Codex cosmetic additives. There's actually a lot of those additives. There's 12 Codex categories, plus the flavors. And another one is the food substances of industrial use, things like fructose, inverted sugars, and then the cosmetic additives you also heard from Mathilde. You have we have the emulsifiers, the antioxidants, the preservatives. This study was done to look at this approach and looking at the Brazilian food, looking at supermarkets. And in Brazil, 82% had some cosmetic additives. But if you use also the nutrient in excess, then you're able to basically identify the whole category. So this study somehow shows that you may need both the ingredients, the cosmetic additives and flavor, but also the nutrient part. And that would actually help building on existing legislation. I think an important discussion is about the mechanism of action. And you've heard multiple hypotheses. I was really intrigued by the study that Kevin, you're doing now in the United States, because we've heard about energy density, about the nutrient component, high saturated fat, trans fat, sugar, and sodium, but we've also heard about the changes to the food matrix, which is of course leading to increased intake. Somehow this has been connected, and I didn't hear this mentioned until now. It could be connected to certain neurobiological mechanisms that could lead to addictiveness, for example. The hyperpalatability discussion, but also the shifting away from the consumption of desirable nutrients, fiber, and phytochemicals. Of course, the additives, but also the contamination from packaging. So the mechanism of action probably need to be also clarified to a certain extent, and for 2 reasons. One reason is somehow to provide a solid base to whatever public health initiative is done. I think legislators, although they don't necessarily act as a result of the public health changes, they want to be convinced that indeed we have evidence that there is a well-demonstrated public health impact based on a well-known mechanism. But the other aspect is to be able to see whether we have to, we can, have all ultra-processed food in one category, or we need to somehow separate. And again, the interesting study about the ultra-processed food that have certain different levels of energy density would be particularly interesting. I'm just showing this because this is one of the questions. We're trying to shift away from animal source food, and one way to do that is actually using processed food. I noticed that you have not served ultra-processed food here, but you have accepted oat milk with coffee. So does it mean you consider, the oat milk not a ultra-processed food? I mean, technically speaking, the NOVA classification applies to oat milk. It is an ultra-processed food. But, would that be a kind of ultra-processed food that doesn't, belong to a class that is actually more associated to public health concerns? So I think, we need to understand whether we need to have subclasses of ultra-processed food in certain categories or not. This is what we're planning to do, and I'm not here to tell you what exactly the plan is, because this is work in progress. So you caught us a little bit off guard, but it's good to be able to hear your ideas on what we want to do. So first of all, we'll go with the ingredient signature approach. We will try to see whether that works, whether that's applied or not. Second, we'll look at the definition of ultra-processed food and see if that still applies, or if we have to adjust it. We still would like to, in WHO's space, we need to provide summaries of evidence. So we'll review and summarize the science on the mechanism of action and on the health effects. We'll see whether we need to consider different risk profile associated to different categories of ultra-processed food. I don't know whether that's going to be the case or not, but I think it's a question that we would like to ask ourselves. And then we definitely would like to develop recommendation on acceptable intakes. I don't know in what form, but certainly, something which is just doesn't say only moderate, but something a bit more clear and firm. And finally, is this going to actually be helpful considering the existing policy tools, taxation, labeling, marketing regulations? Is this definition going to help in this different context? So it's quite a lot of work, and we look forward to actually working with you all on this. Thank you.
Bear on the last part of what you were saying. WHO will adopt an operational definition and develop guidance on UPF consumption. What's the timeline for that? And will there be a public consultation?
Right. So I can respond on the second first. Yes, we do normally have public consultations. When we develop guidelines, we have public consultation at 2 stages. One at the stage of the somehow formulation of the questions, and then second, once the draft guideline has been developed. So yes, it's usually an online public consultation, and we try to reach as many people as possible. We do request declaration of interest so that we can identify who has submitted the comments. Normally, the result of the public consultation are to see if we have missed something, if the messages are not clear. But we try to keep somehow ring fence between what the comments are and the guideline development process, which is meant to be independent and supervised by our guideline review committee. And then we give a feedback. We provide a summary of the responses so that people see whether their comments have been considered or not. Timeline. It's a capacity issue. I mean, we know the urgency, but we probably plan to start next year. And I believe that, given the nature of the work, probably we'll need a couple of years to do that.
2 years.
Yeah.
Will the new WHO UPF definition focus on ingredients and markers and not include technical processes, chemical, mechanical? Aren't we missing that aspect as manufacturers don't report this? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, it was actually discussed at this meeting in August, and indeed the processing is an important element because that's a component of the disruption of the matrix that we want to identify. You're quite right. If we have to do something which is based on a label, we can't do that. I mean, I think the ingredient signature value is the fact that you can look at the label and calculate it, although not all countries have the same approach to reporting ingredients. But there's more objective to the way to do that. I do believe that processing technology is important. I mean, extrusion technology are completely destroying the matrix, making the availability of certain nutrients much higher, hence, all the the metabolic and neurobiological consequences of that. So we look into what can be done to describe that. Actually, I think, for the regulatory purposes, it might be easier to look at the processes. So should certain processes not be usable for certain categories of products? I mean, I heard some people in trying to look at regulation in ultra-processed food in Chile, looking into that aspect to regulate.
I don't know if you can answer this. Is there any interest from EFSA, European Food Safety Authority, in restricting UPFs across Europe?
I haven't heard EFSA talking about it so far. I can tell you that they're interested at the moment in, for example, looking at alternative proteins. Actually, it's going to be a meeting next week in Berlin. And again, somehow the food innovation, the novel foods will have some elements of processing that needs to be considered. So probably in the context of the evolution of food system, that will come. At the moment, I don't think it's on the policy map in Europe.
I'm sure a lot of people are thinking this. Is there a danger that we keep looking for more evidence when there's already enough evidence to act? The food industry will always say these are complex issues and more research is needed.
No, absolutely. But summarizing the evidence doesn't mean looking for new evidence. I think what WHO does is summarize the evidence, and our guideline groups give recommendation, even if we acknowledge that the evidence is not, the perfect. I mean, certainly the randomized controlled trials are so important. We have few randomized control. That's the best possible quality of evidence. We'll have to use a lot of the observational studies, which starts, disadvantaged when we assess the evidence. But that doesn't stop us from developing recommendations.
Does the new FAO-WHO statement on healthy diets supersede its previous guidelines on healthy and sustainable diets? Can the goals of reduced UPF impact and environmental impact of diets be integrated? No,
it doesn't actually supersede. We wanted to do this because we wanted actually to summarize all the evidence. It's been a 10-year work of guideline development in WHO. And we wanted to bring all those elements together in one vision. It's also not superseding the concept of healthy and sustainable diet, but that was more of a narrative way to express the fact that there is a win-win possible between healthy and sustainable diets.
Well, thank you very much indeed. That was very illuminating. And I'm sorry to cut you short. Okay, we're now going to talk about what scope there is for policy innovation in addressing the harms of UPF. This is the first part of a session that will continue after lunch. And the speakers now are the man who's already rushed to the podium, Dr. Gyorgy Scrinis, who I'm actually delighted to see in person after we've done all these interviews on the food program. I mean, most of you know that his 2013 book, Nutritionism, was the first to identify the damage that was being caused by treating and researching food merely as food as a carrier of nutrients. So, Gyorgy, we're going to follow by Camila Corvalan, who's, but you have, Gyorgy, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Sheila. And thank you, everyone. This is a real pleasure to be here today. Firstly, thanks very much to all the organisers of today's event, Franco, Eszter, Jack and Craig, but also Heather and Lorraine for doing all the organising for this event. So thank you. So my task today is to start off to give a bit of an overview of this shift from what I'm calling here the HFSS to the UPF paradigm. I want to define what that is, and also to sort of give my own perspectives on this shift and the challenges that we face with that. But before I do, I just want to make a couple of quick comments about the UPF, the NOVA classification and the UPF concept. I think it's a fantastic concept in the way the classification system defines food products, both in terms of the extent and purpose of processing. I also make a couple of quick comments about this. And this is, I think, quite brilliant, the fact that the purpose is also a dimension in the way the classification is designed. And the extent refers to the sort of technical aspects, and the purpose, in a sense, is the socio-economic dimensions and the drivers of consumption, of production and consumption of UPFs. But unfortunately, having sort of set up this framework in this way, then very quickly the science sort of tends to focus on the technical aspects, defining UPFs in very technical terms in terms of this sort of composition and so on. And the purpose sort of drops away and I think it's been really underdeveloped, but also that really where a lot of the discussions are happening as if we can just define UPFs technically. And I want to challenge this idea because I think there is a social dimension to these products, an inherently social dimension, and we need to bring that, and we need to bring those sort of two elements together. And I'll hint later on at how we might define these products in terms of sort of socio-political categories as well. Secondly, the other thing that the NOVA classification does is suggest that the UPFs are a fundamentally different type of food. Not just compositionally, but also in terms of the whole food systems which produce these foods and the impacts that they're having. And for me, that implies what we need, new ways, new frameworks, new paradigms for thinking about these foods, both scientifically, nutritionally, politically, but also in terms of policy terms. However, I want to suggest that I think we're still not quite there yet, and we're still, in a sense, drawing on old frameworks that were pretty much developed to think about minimally processed foods or processed foods or HFSS foods. And thirdly, the other thing a lot of the research is telling us is, apart from anything else, we have a dietary pattern problem here. The UPF dietary pattern is problematic, and we need to change our dietary patterns. And yet, there's a mismatch here between that sort of dietary goals and our policies, because most of our policies are in fact set at the level of foods, food products, and in fact the nutrients and ingredients of those products. I think there's a mismatch there, and we're not quite thinking through what does food policy look like to change dietary patterns. So that's a few sort of introductory comments. So this is what I'm setting up here what I'm calling the HFSS and the UPF paradigms, and these each have two dimensions, a dietary dimension, the sort of nutritional scientific dimension, and the sort of policy dimension. The HFSS paradigm is a dominant paradigm at present, and we're very familiar with this, and I'm going to quickly summarise in terms of the nutrient focus and the fat, sugar, salt focus. In terms of the policy focus, I'll talk about some of the food environment sort of policies that we have. The UPF paradigm is still emerging, I think, both in terms of the dietary paradigm and the policy paradigm. We know it shifts our attention towards processing and ingredients and so on, and also to dietary patterns, importantly. But also it's challenging us in terms of developing policies capable of actually reducing UPF consumption, not just reformulating. And I want to talk about some of the continuities and discontinuities between these paradigms. So firstly and very quickly, in the time I have, the HFSS paradigm, we know it's nutrient focused, it's very much grounded in what I've previously referred to as a nutritionism paradigm, a reductive focus and a reductive interpretation of nutrients. But more than that, there's other aspects of that paradigm which HFSS dietary paradigm is caught within. But certainly there's a focus more narrowly on fat, sugar, salt, and also energy. Necessarily so, because these foods are very much built out of these components. But the whole aim of this dietary paradigm is concerned with high levels of intake of these nutrients and the need to reduce them, identifying foods that are high in those nutrients. And really the dietary strategy is either reformulation of the products or reduction in consumption of the products, but we know it's heavily geared towards reformulation, nutritional reformulation. And this sort of translates into the current sort of policy paradigm, and we're very familiar with this, a very narrow set of food environment policies, the front of pack labelling, marketing to children, and taxes are the three main ones, but also the school food policies. And, you know, of course, this is playing out very differently in different parts of the world. I think Latin America is leading the way, and Camila Corvalan will outline the sort of Chilean case study after me. We have different sort of FOP labelling systems, but we think the warning label systems are best suited to sort of capturing UPF issues. And Chile and Mexico are sort of leading the way there, but obviously it's very focused on the nutrients. Marketing to children, we're identifying the foods in terms of nutrient profile, but then restricting, you know, marketing. And the taxes, which are mostly focused on sugar and sugar-sweetened beverages, and which of course are very easy to, relatively easy to reformulate in terms of taking the sugar out. But this is a very narrow set of policies, and what's missing here, what's obviously missing, is any attempt to restrict availability of foods. And that's of course, one of the primary drivers of consumption. There's no restrictions on foods available in supermarkets, fast food chains of these foods, other than this sort of push to reformulate. The really interesting work's happening around school food, where school food policies can just define what the food environment's going to look like in those schools and what children should be eating and do eat. And so I think there's sort of great potential there. But obviously the aims of these policies are heavily geared towards reformulation of the foods, and we're not seeing much evidence at all of any kind of changes in dietary patterns, no real reductions in consumption of these sort of food categories. But we have seen some interesting evolution of policies, very, very quick evolution within countries, but between countries as countries learn of each other. And we've seen how Mexico has picked up on on Chile's front of pack labelling and enhanced them in certain ways. And overall, though, if you think of the food system, this is just a very simple representation of the sort of the drivers of consumption. A lot of these HFSS policies really are focused on a narrow set of food environment elements, and also on consumers. And really the way they're designed is still, even though they're food environment policies, they're still putting all the emphasis and all the responsibility back on consumers at the end of the day to make those choices, to be able to afford the alternatives, to seek out the alternatives, rather than further putting any sort of real responsibility on the producers and further down the supply chain. So overall, the limitations of this paradigm, I've mentioned the nutrient focus, which of course ignores other elements of ultra-processing and ingredients and so on, and the heavy emphasis on reformulation. I know public health people tend to be quite supportive, and governments too, and the industry of reformulation. I'm very critical of it because I think reformulation is a strategy that was invented by the food industry as a marketing strategy in the 1980s and 1990s, which was then reinvented as a public health strategy in the early 2000s. It empowers the food industry, I should say the food corporations, because they can reformulate and then go on and have scientific and political legitimation for the continued consumption of their products, and in fact the increased consumption, particularly in the global south. And it actually, if anything, perhaps leads to further levels of corporate concentration within this sector. So I actually see reformulation as a counterproductive strategy, which perhaps is controversial. Also, within these policies, there's no differentiation between how we treat ultra-processed foods versus processed foods. There's no differentiation of policies. And as I mentioned also, there's no real attempt to limit availability within the food environment. And the responsibility is still falling on consumers and not the corporations. Now, shifting to this UPF dietary paradigm, and we heard the outlines of this, the new concerns around processing, ingredients, also this concern around identifying specific mechanisms, but of course there are multiple mechanisms across each of these levels. I've previously sort of talked about the three levels, but I've introduced a fourth level there, the nutrient level, the ingredient, food, and dietary pattern levels. UPFs are having impacts across each of those four levels, and there are multiple impacts from individual products. That's what's significant about UPFs. And the real question is not so much what are the mechanisms, but why? Why are these foods individually and as a category generating so many mechanisms? And I think we know the answer why. It does come back to the companies that are producing them. But also this question of, what really unifies, this is where a lot of the debates are, what unifies this category of UPFs that would justify treating it as one category, both for scientific analysis, political analysis, but also for policy implementation? can we keep relying on and focusing on the technical composition? Because when ultimately, in terms of the UPF definition, it's the presence of a little bit of an additive in the food, which really is the only thing that links them all together, because there's such a diverse group of foods. And I want to suggest, hint at here, that we can actually introduce social, political, economic criteria, mechanisms, if you like, for identifying what unifies this category. Once again, I come back to the manufacturers, but also the retailers of these foods. That is what unifies this category, that makes it so impactful. And that's why, we have resistance to this UPF dietary paradigm. The idea is that the category is too broad, it's capturing too many foods. Hey, aren't there nutritious ultra-processed foods, like supposedly ultra-processed bread is somehow nutritious, and the lack of alternatives. And once again, I think this is related, these are legitimate concerns, but it's related to the fact that we're trying to define what's good and bad UPS, if you like, but purely in technical terms rather than looking at some of the drivers, the socio-political dimensions of the foods. What's also significant about this ultra-processed food work is that we know reformulation is not enough. You can't reformulate your way out of a UPF, so we need to reduce consumption. That's what all the evidence is telling us. But not just reduce, prevent the rise in UPFs in the global south in particular, which might also require different sorts of policies. And of course, the complement to that is we need to promote non-ultra-processed foods as alternatives. This is a completely different set of policy challenges to the reformulation agenda. So in terms of actual policies that are starting to emerge, which are starting to address UPFs as UPFs. So once again, I'm using this sort of levels approach, and we can identify how policies are engaging some of these levels. So apart from the nutrient level, at the ingredient level, we have had policies on hydrogenated oils and trans fats. These are, a UPF ingredient. Mexico's warning labels on non-nutritious sweeteners and caffeine is starting to identify UPFs, markers of UPFs. And even salt, sugar and fat can have shifted from being treated as nutrients to treated as ingredients. When they're treated as added nutrients, if you like, added sugars, added salt in food, they become ingredients in a sense rather than nutrients. So even that is a sort of shift in the thinking around these. Then there's, in terms of food products, very few policies are actually looking at food products. We have the Colombia's food tax, which is framed as a UPF tax. In practice, UPFs are defined in terms of fat, sugar and salt, but hopefully Fabio might tell us later that there's also other elements there which tend to distinguish these foods as UPFs rather than just as processed foods. And finally, dietary patterns. Policies at the level of dietary patterns, as I said, we don't really think about this enough, what that might look like. But when we have dietary guidelines the Brazilian dietary guidelines talk about UPFs, in a sense that's a dietary pattern level policy, but also the school food policies in Brazil, which put a limit of 20% of processed and ultra-processed foods. In a sense, that is a dietary pattern policy related to UPFs. But I also want to throw something in here, that another way of thinking about dietary patterns is not at the level of consumption, but the level of production. Corporations have dietary patterns. That's what they produce. That's their portfolio of products. And in fact, their portfolio is our diets. And so if we can develop policies which address the portfolios of corporations, we are doing dietary pattern policy. So once again, this is a way to go, I think, to address UPF dietary patterns. So I want to finish, and we're going for time, with 3 policy options for this UPF policy paradigm, which I think, once again, it's still emerging, it's still quite open the way this goes. So policy option 1 is, in a sense, an incremental approach. We're already sort of on this pathway. It's adapting our current HFSS policies to UPFs. And it's where we start to take the best of our current food environment policies and move them towards UPFs, either the whole category or ingredients, or even sort of perhaps subcategories of UPFs. So I've already mentioned FOP labelling, ingredient warning labels in Mexico, and Mathilde mentioned the possibility of having a UPF warning label, attached to Nutri-Score. That's taking FOP labelling in that direction. I've mentioned taxes, Colombia's food tax, but even SSB taxes. We know most SSBs are actually UPFs. So once again, we could easily redefine that as a UPF policy if we start to target ultra-processed sugar-sweetened beverages. Marketing to children, this is just being proposed at the moment, the idea of doing UPF, banning all UPF marketing to children. And school food policies I've already mentioned also. We're already on that pathway. We can actually say, right, there's going to be a limit on ultra-processed food in food environments. And as Francesco mentioned, we can define UPFs, one way is in terms of high sugar, salt, fat, but also plus additives. So it's a technical definition. But once again, there are equity issues here. There's real concerns around consumption, impacts on consumers if we start to apply the same set of food environment policies to the whole UPF category, particularly in places like the UK, where there's complaints that, well, what are people going to eat? What's the alternatives? Less of an issue in lower and middle income countries where there are still, alternatives there. Sorry. I've lost my slides here, sorry. Thank you. Before we go on to policy option 2, bring back this notion of food systems, the other approach is to, adding to that first option, pushing our policies further up the supply chain, looking at the drivers of production, distribution and consumption of UPFs, and putting the responsibility back away from consumers further up the supply chain, particularly onto corporations, but also in terms of the food retail environment and so on. So what does this look like? Well, we could enhance our food environment policies by actually putting in restrictions on the availability of UPFs. Why not monitor the sales of, I think we're already doing this actually in terms of HFSS, monitor the sales of supermarkets and fast food and food companies and actually put restrictions on proportions of sales or tax them or apply some other penalties if they exceed that. Promoting minimally processed foods. The institutional food policies, school food policies are super important here as ways of really just transforming those food environments. But food manufacturers and corporations, we're starting to talk about restricting their political power and their influence over governments, but also their market power. So in the US context, you might talk about antitrust laws and breaking up the corporations. That's one form of restricting market power. And of course, further up the supply chain, we know agricultural systems have to change, and trade policies and environmental regulations can all contribute to undermining this UPF system, which is, all those policies have been framed in over the past 100 years. The food system has been transformed to enable the production of cheap UPFs. So that's policy option 2. Finally, policy option 3, and these are, I guess, my own proposals here. And this is, I think, taking a different approach, and it's based on a different understanding of what UPFs are. But to cut to the chase, the idea that we target ultra-processed foods and ultra-processed food corporations directly, differentially, and simultaneously. So what that means is we recognise that there are unique drivers of poor diet quality and health outcomes. So the ultra-processed foods themselves and the corporations. And we need to start thinking of the ultra-processed foods differently. They're not just foods with high salt, sugar and fat. We need different types of policies which would perhaps recognise them as harmful commodities. And it could be, once again, the work Mathilde referred to, all these contaminants in foods and these additives. This, we can't just keep ignoring those aspects. Can we reframe UPFs as harmful commodities? And no longer keep thinking of as these sort of passive foods which just happen to have, too much salt, sugar or additives, but as active foods which are actively transforming our diets and our food systems and need to be much more actively regulated in that way. But more importantly, regulating the corporations directly. At the moment, we regulate their products and their practices when they appear in the marketplace. Why not directly regulate the corporations and differentially? Apply all these existing food environment policies just to the corporations because they're the primary drivers, rather than and at least a differential set of policies to the smaller companies. And in that sense, the aim of the policies is not just to target products, but to target power imbalances in the food system. And ultimately, really different sets of policies to regulate the whole corporate UPF system versus other systems. I'll stop there, as I'm right over time. But ultimately, I think I'm just suggesting we do need to think about these products and these systems differently and to develop a different sets of analysis also for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we are reliant on digital technology to reach to our Professor Camila Corvalan, who's speaking to us from the Public Nutrition Unit at the University of Chile. Well, reaching us by Zoom, right? Okay, 2 minutes. And then there'll be a question session before we take a slightly late break for lunch.
Hello, can you hear me?
The beginning of every Zoom call. Can you hear me? Yes. Camila, we can hear you, yes.
And you can see me.
We can see you, yes. Good. Please, as you know, you have 10 minutes, and then there are going to be 5 minutes questions at the end. I assume you were listening to Gyorgy before you came on. Okay.
Perfect. Hello, thank you very much for the invitation. And now we will move to a concrete example coming from Chile. And I can't share my screen. There we are. Okay. Nope, I'm having difficulties to move the presentation. Oops.
Can our team help you, Camila?
Yeah, I think so, but nobody's helping me.
Okay, there's a whole team over there.
Hi there. Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so you need to put it into presenter view, so into full screen. So at the bottom right, you see there's a slide bar, and then there's an actual present button. At the bottom right, next to the Zoom slide, that's it. Keep going down to the bottom right. To the bottom right.
So
can you just push the F5 button on your keyboard? That might go into present.
I'm pressing the F5.
Okay. What are you seeing on your screen? Are you actually seeing this slide sorter?
The nightmare of Zoom life.
I see my screen on not in the presenter mode.
Okay. Can you actually move the mouse over to the far right, or is it completely stuck?
No, I can move it. But I'm saying like the screen in
Okay, so at the top, if you click slideshow for me.
Slideshow. I can move. No, so I'm seeing the instruction, and at the bottom it says show webinar. Is that okay, or?
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Yay.
Okay.
That's all done. Thank you.
Yay, well done.
Sorry for that, apologies. So I'm going to be presenting the Chilean case. This is a South American country. We have one of the highest rates of obesity worldwide, and NCDs are the primary cause of death and disability in the country. And in 2010, about a third of our calories were coming from ultra-processed foods. So in 2016, the government, in an attempt to halt the obesity and NCD epidemic, launched the food labeling and marketing law. This law is directed to decrease the consumption of energy and nutrients that have been linked to chronic diseases, to NCDs, but has two components that are worth noting. The first one is that the limits were based on the nutrient profile developed by Chilean researchers. And these limits actually came from reviewing the nutrient content and the energy density of natural foods. The other worth noting component of our regulation is that the regulation only applies to foods in which we have added either sodium, salt, or saturated fat, and therefore all natural foods are excluded from our regulation. The idea was to move from individually oriented type of policies to more food environment type of policies. And also the idea was to particularly protect children and to do it taking a more broader approach, not by targeting one single setting or one single action, but rather by combining different aspects and trying to get synergistic actions on the food environment. Basically, we combine three types of policies. The first of these policies was related to increasing consumer information by adding these black octagons on unhealthy food products. And the idea was to warn the consumer about the high content of critical nutrients and energy on those products. Then we also implemented a marketing restriction on those products directed to children. This is a very comprehensive marketing restriction that combines not only restrictions on exposure to marketing, but also the power of marketing, basically these persuasive strategies that companies use to increase the consumption of unhealthy food products. Finally, the idea was to promote a healthier school environment by actually forbidding the provision of these unhealthy food products on the school feeding programs, and also the promotion or selling of these products on kiosk or cafeteria on the schools and day care settings. In terms of the label, what we have observed is a very high compliance. Over 95% of the products who should be carrying labels actually carry the label. In Chile right now, about 50% of the packaged foods carry one kind of label. There is more or less an equal distribution of products with 1, 2, and 3 labels. And having 4 labels, unfortunately, is very uncommon in the food supply in Chile. The most common label to be found is the one related to energy, and it's followed by high in sugar, high in sodium, and high in saturated fats. In terms of the marketing restrictions, we have also observed very important changes on the food environment. As I mentioned, this is a very comprehensive regulation. So, for example, some type of products have actually disappeared from the market, like Kinder Surprise. Some products have changed their packages to comply with the regulation. And in terms of exposure, we do see that strategies directed to children have significantly decreased, between 65 and 75% decreases. And this is not a full drop, likely because all these restrictions on the definition of directed to children are always tricky to establish and to agree on. Finally, we have also observed significant changes on the school environments, at least at the beginning of the implementation of the regulation, important decreases on the selling of the regulated food and beverage products, and also full compliance from the school feeding programs. In terms of changes observed on the consumers, these are results of the International Food Policy Survey. Here we are observing how Chilean adolescents that are exposed to these warning labels in food declare to have a greater visibility, greater understanding, and a greater use of this nutritional information when compared with adolescents from 6 other countries around the world. In terms of food reformulation, also significant impact. About 20% of the food products that were supposed to be carrying some kind of labels have reformulated to avoid the presence of the labels. We have reported significant decreases on all the nutrients regulated, with the highest decreases in the case of sweet spreads, breakfast cereals, and milk-based products in the case of sugar, and also baked products, non-sausage products, and salty snacks in the case of sodium. These are the analysis of changes with respect to marketing exposure in TV, showing that there was a 90% decrease on the exposure of kids to ads of high-end products in programs that are directed to children, and a 73% decrease on the exposure to marketing of regulated products in overall TV programs. Taken together, this also has impacted the purchases of the regulated food and beverages, significant decreases on the purchases of these products that have been partially compensated by increases in non-regulated products, but overall there is a net decrease in terms of the purchase of energy and all the nutrients that were regulated in our law. Unfortunately, we don't have national data on dietary changes during the process of implementation of our regulations, so we have had to rely on longitudinal studies conducted in Santiago, the capital of Chile, and those studies show that there was a significant decrease in the consumption as well of this regulated product that results in decreases on all the nutrients that were regulated, and the effects have been particularly strong in the case of the consumption of foods that are derived from the school area. Finally, one of the biggest concerns that the government had was related to the impact of this regulation on the economic sector. And here we are showing that overall the law did not have an impact on employment, wages, or profits of the food sector during the time of implementation of the regulation. But of course, as Gyorgy was mentioning, this session is about ultra-processing food, not about necessarily regulation target to nutrients. So what do we know about how this has impacted ultra-processed food? First, we have observed that there is an increased valorization of natural foods. This is likely related to the communication campaign that followed the implementation of the regulation. And this has also resulted in the incorporation of very clear messages restricting the consumption of ultra-processed food and promoting the consumption of natural foods in our recently launched dietary guidelines. However, as I said, this was not targeted to decrease ultra-processed food consumption. The limits that we follow only target 65% of the total UPF supply in Chile. Our regulation has resulted in a decrease in the consumption of ultra-processed food, but also an increase of ultra-processed food consumption that it was not regulated. There is a positive result, net result, that implies a decrease on ultra-processed food consumption, but the results are very modest in terms of the size of effect. What are the reasons? I think that they were very well mentioned in the previous talk. This regulation has promoted reformulation. In particularly, we have observed an increase in the use of non-caloric sweeteners with all the risk and associated to this increase. We have also observed, for example, in the case of the marketing restrictions, that all the decreases that we observe in the regulated products have actually transferred in a similar amount to the marketing of unregulated food products. So what comes next? The logical next steps are actually to think that this is only the starting base, that we need to think on an incremental way. In Chile, if we add to the regulation non-caloric sweeteners, we would be covering about 85% of the total UPF supply. There are actions in Latin America in which this addition has been already incorporated. The PAHO nutrient profile considers the addition of this kind of additives, and we are actually discussing the possibility of moving and promoting some kind of subsidy to fruits and vegetable products, and at the same time increasing the actions on ultra-processed food with the aim of actually transforming dietary patterns. Thank you.
Just a few questions, if Gyorgy would come and sit here. Can you hear us clearly?
Yes.
Good. Okay, the first question actually is for you. It's, did you see differences in the social classes? I've lost my, hang on a minute. Did you see differences in the impact of these policies in different people from different social economic backgrounds?
Yeah, so the purchases data that we have been analyzing throughout the implementation of the law actually shows that there is no differential impact. There is slightly higher responses on high-income families, but it doesn't arrive to significance. We think that this is derived from the fact that this is not only a labeling policy, but really a synergistic policy that includes the marketing component and the school component that is particularly relevant in lower income families.
Thank you. Gyorgy, the question is, we have interconnected crises: public health, biodiversity, soil, water scarcity, and climate. Could UPF serve as a key to developing a systems-based approach to integrated policy? I mean, yes.
Yes, I think if we reconceptualize UPFs socio-politically, as well as in terms of technical definition, if we consider the drivers and regulate the drivers of UPF production, distribution, and consumption, then already we're pushing back towards the broader system which includes not just the health impacts and the environmental drivers as well. It's only when we just continually focus on regulating individual products and components and products, if we essentially fragment our policy approaches. But if we start to regulate the system, of production, and particularly, I can't emphasize enough, you regulate the corporation and you actually capture most of those problems because they're the ones that are actually driving that global production, distribution, the sort of, what's happening back on the farm, the use of packaging, et cetera, et cetera.
Camila, I mean, do you think that in Chile there is a sense of in addressing UPF, you are addressing these bigger issues around the food?
So I think that in Chile there is a realization that we need to actually move from this somehow narrow approach that it's only targeting nutrient to something that would move into more systemic kind of transformation. I think that the current discussion are actually trying to think on how do we sustain those changes, particularly for low-income families. So a lot of efforts, for example, on changing procurement programs, not only for the provision of food, but also for the provision of skills. And at the same time, trying to start to think how to regulate UPF corporates, but mostly related to, I would say, monitoring corporate actions, not really trying to address directly or differentially corporates. I think that would require much more time to be established.
Gyorgy, how would you find consensus on your corporate regulation? As you probably know, the UK's National Food Strategy investigated policy on portfolio restriction, but the civil servants and ministers were very strongly against.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at that recent recipe for health report, the House of Lords report, it actually identified the corporations as the primary drivers of the problem, and then just stopped short of saying, well, following through and actually, developing regulations. But even that report there was talking about the need for monitoring corporate, the production, the sales, the retail environment. If we're already doing the monitoring, the next step is quite simply to then impose some sort of regulation on that, some sort of restrictions, penalties, and so on. And as I said earlier, I think it's a way of taking the responsibility away from the consumers. And it's in that sense, I would hope for those who claim that who are concerned about what are people going to eat, what are the people on low incomes going to eat if we start regulating UPFs, this is precisely a response to that. Let's stop putting the onus and the increased costs on consumers and put it further up the supply chain, target the big companies, but differentially support and subsidise the smaller producers who will more likely produce more nutritious foods, the more minimally processed foods. That's how you change the food supply. That's how you change the power balance within the food supply.
But we're talking about corporations that, on the whole, have turnovers larger than many middle-income countries' entire GDP.
Yeah, which is why also we need to, and there's already talk about regulating the political power of these companies, because that's, of course, the big roadblock here.
Well, thank you both very much. I'm sorry there isn't more time for questions, and I'm sorry, Camila, that you had such a hard time, but thank you so much, and we're sorry you're not actually here. Thank you very much, Gyorgy, too. Because we're running behind a bit, we'll meet back here after lunch to continue this session with 3 more speakers at 1:20. So see you all back here then.
Vamos.
This is clearly not loud enough. Okay, is everybody rounded up? Okay, hello? Hello, we're just beginning.
Yes.
Okay, bye, Danny. See you soon. Hello, and welcome back. Welcome back to a continuation of our session on what scope there is for policy innovation in confronting the harms of UPF. And we have a dynamic trio. Dr. Phillip Baker from the University of Sydney. He gets 20 minutes, and he was just pointing out that this is perfectly fair because the two women just make up one man. So Emma Boyland from University of Liverpool has 10 minutes, and Eszter from the Deputy Director of the Public Health Policy Evaluation Unit, she gets 10 minutes. So just embodying the normal discrimination at this. But we think that probably Dr. Phillip Baker deserves his 20 minutes. So, what scope for policy innovation? Phillip Baker.
Thank you. And just to be clear, I believe in gender equity. It's actually the air miles of travelling here. That's what gives me the 20 minutes. But thank you so much for the introduction, and also to Franco and his wonderful team for putting on this event. And also thank you to everyone here in the UK for what has arguably been what is the most robust debate about ultra-processed foods in the world. There has been no other country where this has been discussed more, debated more, provided more fruitful research questions for investigation than the UK. So with gratitude and thanks. I'd like to acknowledge that this talk is an amalgamation of research done not just by myself, but a number of very wonderful collaborators from Australia and all around the world in the bottom right-hand corner. I'm going to talk about three things. One, I'm going to take stock on the ultra-processed food problem. Where are we? Where do we stand? Where are we heading to? I'm going to then move on to discussing and defining what is the ultra-processed food problem. Because in order to effectively respond to a problem, we have to problematize it accurately. We have to frame it and define it in a way that we can make it actionable. And thirdly, I'm going to propose what we call an ecological whole of food systems response to ultra-processed foods. Got this pointer. Got it. Okay, taking stock on ultra-processed foods. This is actually a pun because it's a supermarket stocked with them. Introduced in 2009 by Carlos Monteiro and his team in Brazil. The NOVA food classification system, the ultra-processed food concept, is arguably a paradigm shift in nutrition science, making us think about the relationship between food, diets, nutrition and health as more than the nutrients in the foods, making us think about the foods themselves, the dietary patterns, the extent and the purpose of food processing, and even telescoping out to the food system itself, the term ultra-processed food systems, which has been used a lot today. And for this, I think Carlos and his team deserve great credit. They've done a great service to nutrition science and to global health. I'd also just like to make a point that the leadership on the science, the policy, the advocacy, has come out of the global south, not the global north. And technical debates around ultra-processed foods have largely occurred in the UK, the United States, in other Anglo-American and advanced capitalist societies, in which the largest transnational corporations of the industry are domiciled. Whereas the purpose and the leadership has come out of Latin America especially, where it is as much concerned about protecting traditional foods, diets, food cultures, food producers, as it is about any technical consideration of the healthfulness of foods. I also want to make the point that whether you agree or disagree with the UPF concept, the horse has bolted and the cat is out of the bag, because it has become incredibly salient scientifically in the media and increasingly in policy as well. There has been an exponential growth in the number of research papers that use the term ultra-processed foods, almost 2,000 now listed in PubMed. The number of media articles using the UPF concept just this year alone, as of October, was close to 7,000 media articles, and this explosion in attention is evident here. More media articles using the term ultra-processed foods than all of the other unhealthy food descriptors combined. So this is incredibly salient. It was a contender for the top 10 Collins Dictionary words of the year last year. So, and we see it increasingly, as Francesco outlined, included into UNICEF guidance and WHO, FAO core principles on healthy and sustainable diets, an increasing number of countries integrating the avoid ultra-processed food recommendation into dietary guidelines. Taking stock, where are we up to with worldwide government policy responses to ultra-processed foods? This is a paper, results from a paper that we have in press, which maps the scope of regulation and the strength of regulation of governments around the world to ultra-processed foods. And essentially, we summarize this. This is data from the Nourishing Policy Framework. And we summarize government policy responses today as strongly skewed towards providing information, consumer responsibility, product reformulation, and corporate self-regulation. And we would argue, and we do, is that this policy approach makes only minor adjustments to the system that generates ultra-processed foods, but does little to disrupt the structural, economic, and commercial determinants of the problem. Moving to the problem, what is the problem of ultra-processed foods through the lens of policy? For our work, we have defined the ultra-processed food problem as one of, through a political economy of food systems lens. That is, we see these remarkable differences in the share of ultra-processed foods in human diets between different countries and contexts. The UK has one of the highest shares of ultra-processed foods in the diet, much higher when compared with other countries at similar levels of economic development. Why is that? One might explain it through many different things, different food cultures, for example, incomes, the degree of urbanization, are all important determinants. One might also refer to these differences through understanding different varieties of capitalism, the role of the market in society relative to the role of the state, into which corporate power has accumulated and spread and permeated these different societies, ultimately resulting in a corporatized, UPF-dominant food system. And we describe these drivers in this paper here. We also look at this pretty comprehensively through the lens of first food systems to explain the rise of ultra-processed foods in the diets of infants and young children. And here I'm just going to point to these papers here, which culminated in the Lancet 2023 breastfeeding series, which would encourage you to read and look at, where we take a gendered lens to it as well. Ultra-processed food systems are food systems that are structured for profitability, and we've heard that from others already today. And this is where we must credit Carlos as well, defining the purpose of ultra-processed foods. Processes and ingredients used to manufacture ultra-processed foods are designed to create highly profitable products using low-cost ingredients, long shelf life, emphatic branding, convenient, ready-to-consume, hyper-palatable products. And because of these properties, ultra-processed foods are liable to displace freshly prepared dishes and meals made from all other Nova food groups. This concept of displacement is really important. So we tested Carlos's maxim recently, and this is work led by Benjamin Wood out of Deakin University. If Carlos's maxim is true, that ultra-processed foods are more profitable and hence liable to displace, then ultra-processed food corporations would be the most profitable corporations in the food system. And this is precisely what we find, that the net profit margins of ultra-processed food manufacturers and fast food chains are much, much higher than those of other types of food producers, including agricultural input suppliers, food producers, processors, and commodity traders, and food retailers. We see this reflected in the market capitalization of these different corporations across these different sectors. The market capitalization of the UPF sector makes up far more than half of the total market capitalization of the corporate food sector. What does this mean, though? Well, in a food system that is organized, within a capitalist, financialized capitalist system, in which is the dominant operating model, no one would contend that, resources in finance accrue to the most profitable sectors and industries. And those industries and sectors, the business model itself begins to take over in a capitalist system. And so this powerfully explains, we think, why ultra-processed foods are taking over. Extending this work, we start to map the political and economic drivers of UPF systems. What is it about? Where does this profitability ultimately lead to? And we describe this as reinforcing this profitability leads to more resources, which enables the corporations to accumulate more economic and then more political power in the food system. More economic power because more resources mean bigger marketing budgets. They mean the companies can invest in building more factories. They can invest in so many other things throughout the food system that promote ultra-processed foods. They can also invest in lobbying, political donations, revolving door strategies, and so on and so forth. Corporate social responsibility initiatives. They can outspend governments in almost every different sphere, especially when governments are structurally constrained and spend as little as they do on promoting good nutrition and public health. In this work, led by Scotty Slater out of Deakin University, we mapped the global political influence network of the industry. As the industry has globalized, so too have its lobby groups, formulating a powerful and coordinated network of interest groups around the world. Coordinated, we believe, by a small number of the industry's leading corporations. These also include multi-stakeholder initiatives, public-private partnerships, and business communication and scientific platforms like the British Nutrition Foundation, International Life Science Institute, and others that essentially dispute the science and evidence on ultra-processed foods, manufacturing doubt, and holding up the policy process and advancement. This reflects a shift in the politics as well, in society in general. The emergence of what we call stakeholder capitalism, corporate social responsibility, and the partnership governance model that became so prominent during the Clinton and Blair administrations, promoted by powerful interest groups like the World Economic Forum, and manifesting in these pledges, in these corporate social responsibility initiatives and programs by the companies, and supported by many of these moderate non-governmental organizations and public-private partnerships. And again, in this work by Scotty on the left, we map these multi-stakeholder initiatives and partnerships as another very powerful form of corporate influence. But the evidence is actually in, because we've had these voluntary corporate actions and partnerships now for 3 to 4 decades. And you'd think after 3 to 4 decades, we would have some solid evidence that they are actually doing something. These are some of the evaluations of voluntary corporate actions and the partnership governance model, and they universally find that these partnerships do almost nothing. They have no effect whatsoever on even achieving the very moderate goals that they set out to achieve, which usually focus on things like product reformulation. What these partnerships also do, and probably more importantly do, is political, because they enroll other actors, governments, civil society organizations in negotiations. And hence we end up with solutions that are least worst for industry, that ultimately do not impact on sales and profitability. Hence, as we heard from Gyorgy and others, we get reformulation. We do not get comprehensive regulation of the industry. We certainly do not get comprehensive marketing restrictions. Another important point to make is that this model of governance also erodes trust and integrity in our public institutions. Trust in these partnership models resoundingly is described as low, as poor, as broken, as an ineffective way of actually getting other stakeholders, other actors in the food system to agree to do something. They chew up resources, state resources, and the time of government officials who are involved in these partnerships, also having a structural effect on government capacity. So in many ways, problematic. The other work that we've done is looking at the financialization of the corporations. And again, this is brilliant work led by Benjamin Wood. If the CSR, what we find in this work is that the combined share ownership of these industries' leading corporations, we find three large financial firms, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, as having common ownership across the leading corporations. When we look at how these powerful financial actors vote in shareholder meetings for public health proposals, so corporate executives coming into these shareholder meetings and say, we want to market to children more responsibly. We want to do these other things for public health. Time and time again, the big financial actors vote against these proposals. I think this alone is a powerful death knell for any notion that corporate social responsibility by the big firms is actually legitimate, because it is these financial actors that ultimately govern the corporations. So, with that very cheery breakdown of the problem, how do we go about responding to this? And this is where we propose an ecological whole of food systems approach to addressing the ultra-processed food problem. This work here is led by star PhD scholar Tanita Northcott, again out of Deakin University. We published this paper in 2022, Ecological Regulation for Healthy and Sustainable Food Systems, Responding to the Global Rise of Ultra-Processed Foods. And what Tanita does in this paper is quite remarkable. She connects up systems frameworks. So how do we intervene in systems? How do we intervene in food systems in particular with what is called ecological regulation, which I'll explain a bit more in a minute. This work conceptualizes the ultra-processed food problem as an emergent property of today's corporate industrial food systems. It engages with the complexity of food systems, considers interactions, synergies, trade-offs, and dynamics of regulation, and contextualizes the UPF systems problem. It's different from country to country, from context to context. It outlines three regulatory approaches to responding to the challenge. The first is instrumental, where regulation operates within the boundaries of the market economy. And this is really how regulation works in relation to what the UK is doing on ultra-processed foods at the moment. Business impacts on food, nutrition and health are largely framed as an externality or market failure, as they are right now in the National Food Strategy. Responses or regulation seeks to promote competition, innovation by the food industry, and entrepreneurialism, often couched within the terminology of partnerships. There's typically quite a fragmented, siloed, piecemeal way of addressing food nutrition problems one at a time. We get a label to provide more information. We get a marketing restriction to reduce children's exposure on TV. But it's all happening piecemeal, one at a time, rather than integrated and joined up. The second approach is responsive. This is when states respond to the regulated actors, the industry, by using coercive measures, but only if softer, persuasive methods fail. In this model, market, state, and civil society actors regulate one another, and business can be responsive to both state and civil society pressure, naming and shaming corporations. And yet, often, this approach is subject to co-optation by economic and political interests. And we see this approach quite prominently in Australia, where the government has often said, well, we're going to allow you to voluntarily regulate yourself, but if you don't do it, if you don't adopt the health star rating labelling system, we're going to regulate it. If you don't market baby food responsibly, we're going to mandate and legislate the International Code of Marketing. And yet the government never does, because ultimately the food industry is too powerful, and so are its lobbyists. In contrast, ecological regulation views regulation as oriented towards substantive socio-ecological goals and ecological orientation. Regulation is viewed as synergistic, as constantly evolving, and as using diverse regulatory strategies and tools to comprehensively regulate systems. Regulatory systems must challenge entrenched interests, stand up to power production systems, and redistribute resource flows within unsustainable food systems, unsustainable systems to sustainable ones. So what does this actually look like in terms of policy actions and regulation of ultra-processed foods? And this is what we think it looks like in terms of an ecological policy design. We start with the paradigm itself. What are the deep core beliefs and dominant ideology of the system? At the moment, it's the system with the dominant ideology is market growth and profitability. Prioritizing human rights, social equity, and ecological justice is a different type of paradigm, as is one anchored in agroecological approaches. Goals that support dietary transition, rather than saying let's reduce childhood obesity and putting the onus on individuals, the obese themselves, let's frame it in terms of the diets and ultra-processed diets and put the onus on the producer, on the industry. Talking about system structures, robust state-anchored governance structures that bring together civil society, non-conflicted scientists and experts to inform evidence-backed policy, not interest-based, food industry-based policy. Social finance initiatives that redistribute capital within the food system, that redistribute resources to diverse food systems actors. And then fight feedback and delays, looking at how food policy actions are assessed and evaluated, feeding back into the policy cycle to strengthen policies over time. And then finally, the system elements, which are within a systems framework, the least impactful components of a system are the base components. They're the actions like legislate UPF marketing to children, fiscal policies like SSB taxes. When I say the least effective in the system, I don't mean they are ineffective. They are still fundamentally important, because if you do enough of these actions together, as we heard from Camila earlier, if you combine them within a policy package, they can start to generate really impactful change. This is another body of work that I mentioned earlier, led by Ben, where we start to think about, we look at this through the lens of systems dynamics. If we can map the UPF system and look at the reinforcing loops, the feedback loops in that system, those feedback loops become opportunities for disruption. If we can disrupt the feedback loop between the accumulating economic power and resources of the industry and its political power, for example, that becomes a potentially game-changing loop in which we can generate meaningful change. I'm not going to read out this long list of actions that we see up here, but these are some of the actions that we identified from this work that could disrupt some of these loops and start to generate whole of systems effects. And resonating a lot with what Gyorgy said earlier about curbing excessive market power and political power of corporations, but also redirecting resources in the food system, including to families and breastfeeding mums, and creating robust legal frameworks to support diverse food systems. We also identify redesigning food systems governance, scaling up democratic and inclusive governance structures like food policy councils, expanding government leadership and coordination. Most governments are very conservative, especially in the UK, Australia, around the regulation of these foods. And finally, protecting and promoting communities and Indigenous food cultures, which are very important alternative food systems and forms of knowledge. We also look at this and apply this framework to rethinking how we go about regulating food and food standards programs. An ecological reorientation of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, for example, could help transform food systems. And this work actually came out of discussions with the Secretariat of Codex and a paper put out by the Codex executive, asking this question of how can food standards programs help transform the way the world produces, consumes, and thinks about food. And we couldn't actually believe that Codex was asking this, because that was exactly the question that we were hoping to answer. We talk about many things in the paper, and I won't explain it in detail, but for example, broadening the scope of risk from just focusing on acute toxicological and microbiological endpoints to all forms of malnutrition and sustainability. How do we reimagine food standards programs to respond to the challenge of unhealthy and unsustainable diets, and not just food safety risk? So I invite you to read the paper. And finally, I'd just like to end on a really crucial point, that an ecological approach is also about strengthening socio-ecological systems for action on UPFs within a broader agenda of promoting and protecting healthy and sustainable food systems. These are examples from Mexico. shared by some of my wonderful colleagues, where we've seen these very powerful civil society coalitions working with government, working very closely with academics to generate very powerful evidence to drive through policy change on ultra-processed foods. A level of commitment, a level of unification of action that I think is truly inspiring and that we can learn a huge amount from here in the UK, in Australia and elsewhere. Thank you so much.
Well, that was brilliant. Emma, you'll be brilliant too.
I have my timer here, so I can try to stick to time. Thank you. Thank you to the organisers and thank you to everyone for being here. I think it's really important that we discuss this in the context of food marketing policy because I'm sensing from discussions I've had that there's a little bit of an elephant in the room and it's not really being considered how we might incorporate UPF into food marketing policy. And as has already been mentioned, you know, the growth in the awareness and the knowledge of the importance of the concept of UPF means that we shouldn't and we can't ignore it, and we need to consider how to move forward. I'm here to talk about food marketing. It's already been touched on a little bit, but I think it's important to make the point that food marketing and processing are so inextricably linked. These brands and these huge transnational corporations that are governing our global food system are the ones with the big budgets. We've heard about that. They're the big budgets that they're spending on advertising and marketing because we have this proliferation of processed foods, and marketing is one of the key ways, if not the key way, that these corporations can use in order to make their product have a higher profile and to distinguish it from other products in the marketplace so that it can drive consumer behaviour towards purchasing their particular offering versus that of their competitors. So the two are linked. There's a growing body of evidence to show that food marketing affects the eating behaviour of people, particularly children, and it has adverse effects on dietary outcomes and body weight. As again has already been touched upon, it's not possible to do that kind of gold standard RCT where we lock a load of kids in a room and stop them seeing food marketing for a year and see what happens to their BMI relative to the other group. So ethically, that's not possible. So in terms of causal relationships with obesity, we rely on mapping evidence against standard criteria for causality. And the evidence does fit those criteria. So we can say with some confidence that food marketing meets the established criteria that food marketing has a causal relationship with childhood obesity. And it's off the back of this kind of evidence that the World Health Organization last year published updated global guidelines on food marketing restrictions to say, building on their 2010 recommendations, that not only should food marketing restrictions be implemented, but they should be mandatory restrictions. And the specific recommendation was to use government nutrient profile models because of the nature of the evidence that we have. And I'm going to look at that. The reason for mandatory, as was touched on just in the last talk, was when we looked at the implemented policies globally to restrict food marketing. What we see, if we just look at any policy versus no policy, we see quite a mixed bag in terms of what it's achieved. And that reflects the fact that these policies cover different media, have different scope, have different classification systems at the heart of them. But when you compare a mandatory policy within a country to before the mandatory policy happened, or two equivalent countries, one has a mandatory policy and one has no policy, the mapping of the studies, so each one of those blue boxes is a study, and the darker blue ones are the better quality studies, or those with lower risk of bias. What you see with mandatory policies is that the studies are very much clustering to the left-hand side of those plots, showing clear effects on favouring the intervention towards public health goals. And particularly across all of the different outcomes that we were looking at, most of the studies and the higher quality studies are showing that that mandatory regulation had a good impact in terms of public health goals. But if you look at voluntary measures from the food industry themselves, what you see is the opposite effect. So most of the studies, and again, most of the high quality studies, are sitting at the opposite end of the plot, showing that those self-regulatory policies did not achieve the aim set out, which would be to reduce exposure and the persuasive power and so on. And in some cases, actually, were associated with poorer outcomes than no policy at all. So it's clear why a mandatory approach would be needed. Looking now then at the classification systems used to underpin these policies. So based on the implemented policies that we assessed at this point, those policies were either using a total ban on all commercial activity to children, so that's in Quebec and Canada, in which case you don't need to distinguish healthy products from unhealthy products because the framing is at the level of commercial activity rather than individual items. But where policies are built on the premise of identifying what's an unhealthy product in some way, the classification systems used were all nutrient-based. They were nutrient profile models. These were associated with the most effective policies, or they were high-in, using that high-in definition that we heard about from the Chile example, or the industry self-regulatory policies were using either category-specific nutrient thresholds. So, for example, the whole sugar-sweetened beverage category had a particular threshold for the amount of sugar per 100 ml, and that would be used to classify, those products as healthy or not healthy. Or company-specific nutrient thresholds. So a particular company would have pledged or to have a self-regulatory system that would say if it's above, the products are above these particular thresholds, we won't advertise them to children. But I think it's come to the point where we can say the diets, as we've already heard in the UK, greater than 50% of our diets as adults are coming from UPFs, and that's around 3/4 for adolescents. And so it comes to the point where we can say, is this nutrient-based approach enough, or is there scope to go further? And might UPF be the way through which we go further? So there's clearly a lot of overlap between what's HFSS and what's UPF, but there's a non-negligible bit where it doesn't apply to both. And it's important that we look at that, particularly given that most marketing is for ultra-processed products, because those are the people who have the budget, as we've already heard. So how might we integrate that? And I think it's important as well that we don't end up in a situation of having a sort of us versus them, or a real binary position on HFSS and UPF, because that favours nobody in public health terms. It favours industry because it causes delay and it causes concern. But I think what we've seen, and if we learn from tobacco, is that actually what we need to do is make these incremental gains. So even where we have a policy in place is not to think that that's problem solved. It's to think, where can we go further? Where can we supplement that with additional policies? Where can we innovate within those policies themselves and add policies that work together? No single policy is going to solve the problem of dietary patterning in the UK, but a collective effort across a number of different policies and innovations within them might just achieve those goals that we're looking for. And again, has been mentioned already, that value of synergistic approaches. We've already seen in the UK that we're taking an approach that broadly, simultaneously, is addressing different aspects of the food system in a concerted way to benefit from that synergy. So we have the point of sale placement, price promotions, and the TV and online advertising restrictions all coming into force. And the online equivalents of point of sale placements are feeding into what we consider within the TV and online regulations. And the categories that are being addressed by the TV and online regulations are the same categories of foods that are featured in the sugar reduction and the calorie reduction strategies as well. So there's a synergy across all of those approaches because there are common public health goals to all of them. And it makes sense then to say that the public health goal of people looking at UPF and people looking at HFSS are also similar. So let's benefit from that synergistic action there as well, and not consider them as sort of opponents. There is a precedent for incorporating UPF into UK food marketing or advertising policies. So, for example, we've already heard about the WHO nutrient profile models. Version 1 of the European nutrient profile model only included sweeteners in 2 beverage categories. The newer model, published last year, had sweeteners thresholds in all categories of foods and for beverages. So sweeteners being one of the additive categories within the NOVA classification system means that that nutrient profile model that has been designed by WHO in order to underpin food marketing restrictions is now already incorporating elements of UPF into its operationalisation. And Barry Popkin and team in the States have also been looking at ways to incorporate UPF alongside HFSS in definitions. And for example, if you include HFSS and just look at colours and flavourings, that in itself leads to a system that identifies all products only missing 1% of UPF. So it's relatively straightforward to kind of just amend a definition to add in an additional one and actually mop up a lot of the stuff that the current system is missing. I'm running out of time, so I'll quickly just mention that if we're going to do anything about food marketing moving forward, we also need to consider, whether it's HFS or UPF or not, the issue of brand-based strategies. So brands are increasingly marketing only the brand, or marketing what's called alibi marketing, so marketing kind of aspects of the brand but not mentioning the particular brand name itself, or by surrogate marketing or brand sharing, where something like a sugar-free version is marketed using the same core branding as the original full sugar version. And so when this happens, we need to recognise, based on the work of Lauren Bandy and team at Oxford on the right-hand side there, that the top brands are making around 90% of their sales from unhealthy products. So the brands that are doing this are making most of their money from the unhealthy stuff, and this is not actually a healthy marketing strategy. And there are ways to consider how we might address that. This will be coming out in a report in the near future. It's based on some work that I've done with the team at Bite Back, funded by Research England, to think about if we consider HFSS or HFSS plus UPF as a sort of definition of unhealthy, how do we then apply brands or incorporate brands into that? We can say, let's look at the proportion of sales in that portfolio that sit within that unhealthy definition. But you have the problem there of at which level do you consider the brand? Is it the whole corporation, or is it those sub-brands? So, for example, Mars and Ben & Jerry's both sit within Unilever, for example, and which, at which level do you take that as the brand? Or there are other options that might work but disincentivize reformulation, which you may think is a positive step, but it's not necessarily politically expedient. Or thinking about, do we consider it if a brand is synonymous with an unhealthy product, that has subjectivity to it, or we consider the Transport for London approach, where a brand has to advertise something that's not classified as unhealthy, which may work in some circumstances, but is more challenging in others. So, for example, in sport, so a logo is placed on the sleeve, then it's difficult to argue that there should be a food product there, and it wouldn't be visible anyway. So I think I'm arguing for a development of the policies, considering it as policy innovation to strengthen what we already have, and that UPF can absolutely be part of that vision. And that's all I've got time for. Thank you very much.
And Dr. Eszter Vamos from Imperial, who's going to link all this up to getting UPFs out of school meals.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon, and thank you for the introduction. We've been studying ultra-processed foods for about 7 years now at Imperial. We conduct large epidemiological studies, including prospective cohorts. But today I'd like to talk about school meals, and I'll explain why. I don't have any conflict of interests. So I'm going to cover two main points. I talk about what role ultra-processed foods play in school lunches in the UK, and what we've learned from previous changes, and why well-designed school food policy is an urgent imperative. So we heard from previous presentations that children are main consumers of ultra-processed foods, and we tend to think that the US is far ahead of us when it comes to ultra-processed food consumption. But we have to realize that the US and UK are very closely competing for the top rank globally, and Australia is not that far behind. In the UK, 65% of the energy intake comes from ultra-processed food, and that's an average. So when thinking about children's food environments, schools provide a very unique opportunity to improve on what our children eat. Children consume over 1/3 of their daily energy intake while at school. Schools can reach all children, regardless of their socioeconomic status. The government can set school food standards, and for so many children, school meal is the only opportunity for a nutritious meal during the day. But what makes schools really powerful is that they have full control over their food environments, and they can make changes happen. And there's evidence that the benefits go beyond nutritional benefits. School feeding programs provide important social protection for low-income families. They improve attendance. Well-nourished children learn better, become more productive adults. And when school meals are sourced locally, the benefits extend to the local economy, agriculture, and the environment. There's also evidence that all of these benefits are the greatest in the most disadvantaged children. So a well-designed school food policy is a critically important investment because they deliver so many benefits. So knowing the importance of school food, we set out to understand what role ultra-processed foods play in the UK school lunches, and in our nationally representative study of over 3,000 school children, we found that 75% of the energy in school lunches in the UK come from ultra-processed foods, which is astronomically high. There's a clear increase with an increasing age, and there's an important difference in the UPF content of meals provided by the schools and packed lunches brought from home. Because school meals are freely available for very low-income families and young children, and they are required to meet regulatory standards. And although their UPF content is very high, it's 61% in primary school and higher in secondary school, it's still lower than that for packed lunches. And very importantly, what we found, that children from low-income families consume the most ultra-processed foods during lunchtime. When looking at the amount consumed, there's a 20 percentage point difference between low-income and high-income children. In 2014 and 15, all children aged 4 to 7 years have become eligible to receive a free school meal under the Universal Infant Free School Meal policy in England and Scotland. And after the policy, there was a sudden shift towards school meals from a 30% to an 80% uptake. And we used this change as a natural experiment to study the impact of the policy on the UPF content of school lunches. And we used children who were just slightly older than the eligible group as controls. And we found that the policy was associated with a 9% increase in minimally processed food consumption and a 7% reduction in ultra-processed food intake. But very importantly, the benefits were the greatest in the low-income children to the extent that it eliminated the differences we could see between low and high-income children, only in this age group, those who consumed school meals. The role of national governments to create healthy and sustainable school food environments has been set out by the World Health Organization and the Food and Agriculture Organization, and countries around the world are increasingly giving school food policy a high priority. Many countries are implementing multi-component policies, although only a subset of these are mandatory. And these policies include measures like health-promoting policies, setting school food standards with minimum requirements for nutritious foods, food and nutrition education, promoting drinking water, attempts to restrict the sales and marketing of foods high in nutrients of concern. Some policies extend restrictions to UPF components, such as artificially sweetened products. And there are countries that promote the local sourcing of foods, that helps establish preferences for fresh local produce, it benefits the local economy and the environment. It is important that these measures are incorporated into wider policies and also that they extend to areas around the schools, because the effects of strong school policies can be undermined by an increased consumption of less healthy foods outside of the school setting. We've seen many promising examples, but school food policies are held back by challenges. And these include that they are often fragmented, they are isolated from wider policies, they are underfunded and lack sufficient capacity and infrastructure for delivery, monitoring and reinforcement. But very importantly, the government's food procurement powers are often not utilized sufficiently to maximize their potential. And an example of how to transform school food into healthy and sustainable diets, the Brazilian National School Feeding Program is remarkable in many ways. It's one of the world's largest school meal programs. It provides free school meals for all Brazilian students, regardless of their age, and it mandates that 30% of foods must originate from local farmers, and more recently it has been amended that at least 75% of the funds must be spent on minimally processed food, and it maximizes the processed foods and UPFs at 20%. So this policy uses government food procurement powers very strategically to link school meals with local food production. So it sets out what kind of foods children should be eating and also that who should be producing them. So in summary, schools represent a unique opportunity to make substantial benefits to children's health. These benefits are the greatest in the most disadvantaged. Children's nutrition and school interventions could drive transformations towards healthy and sustainable diets, towards minimally processed foods. And school food policy is an urgent imperative in the UK when UPF consumption is one of the highest in the world. And this requires a renewed focus, sufficient commitment, funding, monitoring, reinforcement. Thank you.
Philip and Emma. We've only got 2 mics, so you're going to have to share them. But... Okay. All right. Well, a series of questions. Arguably, one of the things preventing the UK, and this applies, I think, to a number of other countries, from having a better food environment is the cost of living crisis. To what extent would addressing this without targeting UPFs specifically help? Philip?
Yeah, I think that's a really important question to be asking at this point in time when so many families are doing it really tough. I think we have to look at this, from a political economic perspective. And if we look at the real household incomes, so how much money are households in the UK and elsewhere getting in their paychecks every week to week, that has been declining in real terms relative to how the profits of corporations and the returns to capital in society. That is the fundamental problem of that is the fundamental determinant of the cost of living crisis in the UK and elsewhere. The solution is giving people more money and redistributing more resources in society, which means progressive taxation so that households have more money. That's all I'm going to say.
Does anyone else have anything to add to that?
Just to say that my presentation highlighted that there are interventions that don't require on individual choices, and school food interventions are one of these. And public food procurement, there are examples of dynamic food procurement models that use these government powers to pool the purchasing and food making for schools in a way that has wider benefits, creates jobs in the local economy, improves agriculture, increases the diverse range of minimally processed food production. And there's also evidence that this could be done at a lower cost, but definitely not at an increased cost.
Thank you, Eszter. Is there concern that UPF corporations, for example, Kellogg's, says the questioner, might try to interfere with the government's new breakfast clubs plan to bolster their profits? You two? I mean, Emma first.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a real risk that we've seen, and we've heard a lot of mention about partnerships and the dangers of this. And I think it's important that we recognise that for what it is. It's getting brand exposure into very young children and generating a kind of lifetime of sales. It's building the association in those children's minds between that food and the satisfaction, or that brand and the satisfaction that comes from having a breakfast meal and feeling comfort and feeling in a sort of happy place with their peers and so on. And it's setting up for, a lifetime of problematic relationships between children and these corporations. So I think it's a really important point when this scheme is being rolled out for us to consider right from the outset our position on this and to take a strong line and keep the brands out.
But it's pretty rare for, as far as I can see, for policymakers to consider what you spelled out, Philip, about how this, stakeholders sharing, how this feeds into corporate dominance. It's not much talked about.
No, I think I think what's interesting is how you have what are called tropes, meaning rhetorical devices that are rolled out politically time and time again, and that never seem to go away, despite no evidence of a policy being effective. And this trope of let's partner with industry. We have to resolve this problem through partnership, through consensus, through getting industry in the room with civil society and government, and that's going to do something. That we can somehow align the interests of commercial actors and corporations, which is to make more money for their shareholders, with the interests of public health, which actually result in reducing the consumption of their products, not actually just making minor adjustments to them. I think it's a trope that we need to challenge and just say, stand up and no, it's not the right way to govern our food system.
Is that, Eszter, being challenged, do you think, in the school meals provision?
I think that's where the government roles becomes very, very important to create those boundaries in those food environments that we have very strong control of potentially. And it's important that government, national policy could greatly support that and create an environment for schools in various settings that it's easier to implement these changes and keep the commercial interests out.
Emma, what role do big companies such as YouTube have to play in regulating, adjusting their algorithms to protect children from being advertised UPFs, especially when it's often covertly embedded within content? So will the kind of rules that they're thinking of make any difference?
So the UK regulations online are going to be based on paid for advertising. So that's where a brand has paid for their advertising or marketing to be placed somewhere else. It doesn't cover owned media or earned media. So those are their own, YouTube channels, their own social media spaces, and any kind of viral or that sort of like user-generated marketing content. So I think what's important about the regulations is that it sets a precedent that that marketing is harmful and is something that we should look to restrict and reduce exposure to. But it certainly doesn't cover everything. Platforms are hugely powerful in the distribution of that marketing across the system in all the different ways, and children particularly, but adults also, find it really difficult to recognize when marketing is happening because it's embedded in content and it's not distinguishable easily by anybody, which means that it's that bit more sort of manipulative and exploitative because there's no kind of conscious control over it. So I do think that those platforms have a big role to play, but it has to be led, by an international corporation because of the nature of those platforms. We've got colleagues in the room such as Amandine, Garde, who's done an awful lot of work looking at how we can develop, use existing levers to develop those kinds of international actions to tackle things like cross-border marketing, given the nature of digital.
I mean, you've had something to do with Bite Back 2030. And I don't know, most of you will have seen the video, the launch video, where they filmed a number of teenagers just getting from one place to, getting somewhere, getting to a restaurant. And these subtle embedded messages were there. And they, the makers of the video, had predicted what they would order in the restaurant. And the kids, the children were amazed because they predicted they would order fried chicken, which they did. It was just as vivid as a picture of the power of that kind of hidden advertising.
And they have no conscious recollection of having seen the ads on the way there.
Ads at all. No, I don't think adults quite understand that. And anyway, let's move on. How do plant-based alternatives, UPFs with a much smaller environmental impact than minimally processed meat and dairy, fit in with the narrative that tackling UPFs will reduce environmental impact? I mean, that's a complex question, and I think it was directed at another group, actually, but Philip, you have thought about this.
Yeah, so this is an interesting question, right? Because to shift, this is in the broader context of shifting away from unsustainable and unhealthy diets to healthy and sustainable ones. And can these plant-based meat substitutes be part of the mix of solutions that we put forward. My view on this is that, well, not just my view, that many of these plant-based meat alternatives are ultra-processed. And they are also being heavily promoted by large corporations, publicly listed corporations. Some of these entrepreneurial startups in this sector are sort of like a Silicon Valley approach to, fixing the food system, designing technological and innovative solutions, partnering with corporate, with venture capitalists to, roll these out. And I think that's part of the technological corporate sort of approach to fixing the food system, which is problematic. But I do believe there is a really important role for innovation in this space, and there is a role for market actors, but it doesn't have to be ultra-processed versions of these products. We can make delicious, sustainable, culturally appropriate, economically viable, profitable, non-ultra-processed, plant-based dishes, foods that everyone can enjoy. So I sound like a marketing campaign.
You've identified a niche in the market, or possibly a role for people learning to cook. How do we, this is for you, Eszter, and how do we tackle UPF corporations sponsoring sports events? Like UEFA Euros being sponsored by Coca-Cola. Is it even possible?
We've seen a lot of this. So yeah, the major kind of sports events will be sponsored by and in kind of cooperation with these large brands, who then get unfettered access to advertise across all the different platforms, both in the kind of live experience of the sport and in the broadcasting of the sport as well. And it's usually dominated by the exact, companies and the brands that we would all expect to be the case, and has been the case for many, many years. There's an issue with food marketing in sport that permeates all levels, so that's a particularly notable example, but it runs right through to kind of grassroots sports as well. But I think one of the lessons we've learned from some of the stuff today is that, for example, in Chile, the argument was that, if you introduce all of these regulations, there's going to be this massive kind of economic drop-off, and it's going to be a catastrophe and nothing will take its place, and that hasn't happened. The same was said in the UK around regulating advertising on TV, that there would be no new programming, there's nothing, the money isn't there to fund it unless we take it from the food corporations, and I think we've shown that to not be the case. So it's another trope that we can probably put to rest, and we can say that there are ways to fund and to enjoy sport without those brands being quite so prominent.
Well, thank you, all three. I'm sorry, we're so far behind now. And the next, so thank you all. It was really a terrific session. Okay, I give up this role now and hand over to Dr. Kremlin Wickramasinghe, who is going to chair this. And I'll go off and have a cup of tea.
To take you through to the tea break. So bear with us for the next 45 minutes or so. We have really good three speakers. My name is Camila Wickramasinghe, Regional Advisor for Nutrition, WHO Regional Office for Europe. So Franco asked me to chair this session, of course, to give a break to Celine, but also to reflect a little bit from next speakers, how it relates to the 53 countries in the European region as we listen to them. So our first speaker is Professor Amandine Garde. I think Emma already made a reference from University of Liverpool. Amandine, I think floor is yours for next 10 minutes.
Thank you so much.
And just check that this works.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much, Franco, for having me, for everyone who has organized this event. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. And I'm going to try and sell the role of law as a very important discipline in the prevention of diet-related diseases, and specifically in the prevention of the harm that stems from the consumption of ultra-processed food. And this role of law has really come to the fore in the last 10, 15 years in particular for two main reasons. Firstly, because regulation is becoming far more prevalent
And why? Because self-regulation has failed, as other speakers have said, to promote healthier food environments. And secondly, and very importantly, because the more governments regulate, the more they can expect some backlash, legal challenges from the industries that were originally seeing themselves as part of the solution. So somehow it's like a bit like an acrimonious divorce, where the partners in life, in the solution against harm, the harm stemming from UPFs, go different courses, because clearly we reckon that the interest that we thought could have been shared may not have been so shared any longer. So I will briefly consider what governments could envisage to limit the consumption of UPFs before focusing on how they can anticipate these legal challenges. And I was planning to speak a bit more on the first part, but to save you the bore of endless repetitions, I'll try and go a bit faster on this section and draw on attention on a few points that may not yet have been said by other speakers. So as the science on the harm stemming from the consumption of UPFs becomes more compelling, and as the definition of UPFs, the notion itself, becomes more refined, governments will be in an ever stronger position to regulate the food industry to address the risks that UPFs pose. Here I've only listed a few of the measures that have been adopted, that have been proposed around the world, and that would be relevant to reduce the consumer demand for such products. Phil, as you very well know, I agree with you that far more would need to be done to address the food environment, but I've only listed these consumer demand measures that we could anticipate. And several speakers have already noted that we could reimagine front-of-pack nutrition labels, be it in Chile or in France, to take account of their degree of processing. We could also, as Emma has noted, review how we categorize food for the purposes of marketing restrictions. And of course, in the UK, we could and certainly should continue to discuss the plan, or the possible plan, to restrict the sale of energy drinks to children, highly processed foods indeed. So governments around the world have a very broad margin of discretion, both in relation to the extent to which they wish to protect public health, so how much do they want to prioritize public health in their political agendas, but also regarding the means that they can deploy to do so, okay? And if you look at European food laws in particular, and the law of the European Union, the EU law promotes a precautionary approach to the management of risks stemming from food consumption. Therefore, even when the science may not be conclusive, governments can err on the side of caution if they're able to demonstrate that they have a reasonable connection, they've established a reasonable connection between the measures they have proposed or would like to propose and the public health objectives that they pursue. And if these measures are not unduly restrictive of competing interests, for example, the cost to the economy of acting on UPF consumption, then they can be adopted, and I'll come back to that point. So ultimately, a lot rests on framing, whether the means a government deploys are suitable to achieve the objectives it pursues, and whether it has considered competing interests and struck a balance, that's what lawyers do, striking balance, so the response to the risk that UPFs pose is proportionate. Now, and here I'm talking specifically about the risk that UPFs pose to human health, but there are also considerations of environmental degradation, etc. So what we're pursuing is the quest for coherence. And I'll give you an example. If a government is concerned specifically about UPFs, then encouraging the reformulation of foods towards less processed alternative should become a priority, and that would include avoiding the use of artificial sweeteners as an alternative to sugar. By contrast, if a government defines its objectives specifically to address HFSS food, and sugar in particular, then it will be more difficult to justify why it does not, on this basis alone, want to exclude artificial sweeteners from the equation, okay? So again, how do you match the objective with the measures that you put in place? And I will add that if you start focusing on UPFs rather than HFSS food, you will also be able to invoke food safety issues, so regulating to ensure that the food is safe, and that potentially goes beyond nutritional concerns that have traditionally been discussed in this field of diet-related diseases. Now, it shouldn't be rocket science. So a government will want to ensure that the law it has adopted is both effective and likely to withstand legal challenges, okay? Now, I won't talk about how the law can be adopted and political will. I think we're very well versed on that in this room. But I'll say a few words about effective. It requires, to make the law effective, that it goes far enough to limit the opportunities for industry to shift its practices from regulated to unregulated practices that harm public health. So it is paramount to close the regulatory loopholes wherever they may arise. And again, the marketing debate that Emma has mentioned illustrates this. You start by regulating children's programs and restrict the marketing in children's programs, and then you realize that it does not protect them from exposure, so you start regulating by imposing a watershed during the hours when children are likely to be watching television, and you tackle online and so on and so forth. So this in turn requires that governments anticipate what may happen to their measures and what kind of challenges they may be facing. And this is what I'll unpack a bit more, because ultimately, the aim for the scientific community is to think about the evidence in terms of legal tests. And for lawyers, it is to think about how the legal test can accommodate the evidence. So really, this is where interdisciplinarity becomes particularly meaningful, because ultimately, if your case ends up before a court, you will have to explain to the court why your measure is legitimate, why your measure is necessary, why your measure is non-discriminatory, not unduly restrictive of trade, proportionate, etc., etc. And that requires very specific legal tests that themselves will vary from one jurisdiction to another. That's why in a 15-minute presentation, it's difficult to be very specific, because as much as the science you can exchange from one jurisdiction to the other, as much as laws are confined within borders largely, and therefore the answers to a specific problem will depend on the legal system, and when you face a legal challenge, they will depend on the test, specific test, that a court will apply to address the arguments that, say, a food industry actor will have raised around your legislation. So first, we need to recognize that it's important to think about the science in terms of legal tests, because these legal challenges will be forthcoming, have already occurred. And then you also need to reflect on what kind of challenges are likely to come your way. And again, here, the bad news is that the same piece of legislation could face a range of challenges, both before a variety of courts, I'll come back to that, but also on a wide range of legal grounds. So you will have a certain number of challenges that will list say, 5 grounds of challenges, and for each of these 5 challenges, you will need to think, what is the legal test that apply in the specific jurisdiction before this specific court? What do I need to establish, and how can the evidence help me to show that the measure is non-discriminatory, not unduly restrictive of trade, etc., etc. So that requires a certain agility of mind, because it means you're thinking the same material with different vocabulary, I guess, and with a different discipline in mind. So I cannot be exhaustive of all the challenges that may occur, but with the many years I've spent building or helping to build legal capacity in different parts of the world, I'm coining WHO phrase here, building legal capacity, we can group the challenges around 3 main ones, okay? In terms of their substance. First, you will have trade and investment law challenges. So this is where an operator will say, well, you're restricting labeling, you're restricting marketing, you're requiring that we change our packaging. It will make it very difficult for us to trade competitively in other jurisdictions, because these jurisdictions mandate that we impose specific packaging. We consider that this is not compatible with the World Trade Organization law, WTO law, and a variety of agreements there, free trade agreements, regional agreements, etc., etc. That's the first range of challenges, and that takes a lot of guises. Again, we talk about WTO law, but Australian plain packaging, two agreements were invoked, the technical barriers to trade agreement, and the claim was that the measure was largely unduly restrictive of trade. And the second agreement was the TRIPS agreement on intellectual property, where the argument was made by restricting the use of trademarks on the packaging, you were unjustifiably encumbering the trademark, which is not allowed under TRIPS. So these are first set of challenges. The second set of challenges, believe it or not, industry actors invoke their human rights, which they're allowed to do in certain jurisdictions. Never mind the right of a child to have his or her best interest taken as a primary consideration, the right of us all to the highest attainable standard of health, or our right to adequate nutritious food. No, the corporations have the right to free expression and the right to property. And what have they used? Therefore, any restrictions on the use of their trademarks, they've claimed in jurisdictions that allowed them to do so, that this was a restrictions to their right to intellectual property, and the trademark is a form of intellectual property, and that it was also infringing their right to free expression. Commercial expression is a form of expression. Now, except in the United States, which, as far as the right to free expression is different, is not aligned to the rest of the world, most of the jurisdictions have rejected these claims that the right to free expression prevented a government from regulating tobacco package or a food package, etc., etc. But nonetheless, these challenges exist, and if they exist, they have to be defended. And finally, there may be challenges on allocation of power. So the EU regulates because it has the power, for example, to regulate cross-border marketing. A member state may say, no, it's not for you to regulate, it's for the member states. So that means, therefore, that Italy, influenced by the Ferrero diplomacy, might be minded if the Commission itself was willing to do what it had promised, to adopt the Nutri-Score at European level, and why not with the black square to reflect the ultra-processing nature of the food, then there may be challenges of this sort too. And they can be combined, and they can happen before national courts, first and foremost, but also before regional courts. I've mentioned here the European Union. You have the Court of Justice of the European Union in Luxembourg, but also before the WTO dispute settlement bodies or arbitration tribunals, and they could happen all simultaneously. So again, 2 points to conclude as final remarks, but I think very important. we've talked about legal challenges before court so far, but most of the legal arguments are made in committees behind closed doors, where you will have largely trade diplomats who may not be versed in why we should get rid of Tony the Tiger on the package, and who are very close, potentially, to industry actors, in that they're used to having industry actors as regular intermediaries, perhaps less so civil society and public health. And therefore, it is very important to bear that in mind. And here, we're in the midway of a project with May and Marcelo and two other colleagues. May and Marcelo are here today, trying to really understand what's happening at the Technical Barriers to Trade Committee, also known as the TBT Committee, where states that introduce, and Fabio, you will be very familiar with all the challenges that Latin American countries have faced when regulating nutrition packaging, nutrition labeling on food package, the number of specific concerns. So you notify your measure when you adopt a measure that may restrict trade. Member states of the WTO, or members of the WTO, the EU is a member too, get to look at these measures and may raise specific trade concerns. And when they raise specific trade concerns, they can make legal arguments suggesting that the measure is discriminatory, is unduly restrictive of trade, is not compliant with the TRIPS agreement, etc., etc. Here, this is not before courts. This is in diplomatic committee. And this is really, if you like, court disputes are the tip of the iceberg, but the iceberg will be in committee. This is why the public health community must really get involved in these discussions, and this is the aim of this project. The final remark I will make is there are claims that don't have a leg to stand. And I think the fact that the court in the Kellogg case, so this case was a UK case that was mounted by Kellogg regarding the lawfulness, the legality of the food placements regulation, of which several of you have spoken today. Kellogg didn't like it because it didn't see fit to reformulate, whereas some of its competitors did, and argued that the measure was not a rational measure, was an arbitrary measure, was not a proportionate measure, and infringed the right to intellectual property. The court was very clear that the case did have a leg to stand. There was nothing which caused the judge concern that there may be unfairness. On the contrary, the public health case for the approach was compelling, and I'm quite satisfied that it is both proportionate and rational. What does that mean here? What lesson do we learn? That we must go for it. If we think that the evidence is on our side, the case, if well fought, can withstand judicial review. The fact of the legal challenges are part and parcel of the strategies that the industry will deploy to counteract whatever you want to do. And the more they challenge, the more likely it is that your measure may be effective in achieving its objectives. So we need to go for it, and I think we owe it to lower and middle income countries that are facing potentially a lot of backlash in these committees and may be the victim of regulatory chill. In this case, very importantly, it was concluded by the judge that the claim was disingenuous. Now, if you've lived, as I have, long enough in Britain, you know that it's a very polite, understated way of telling Kellogg that this case was ridiculous and that it had wasted the court's time and the public resources. Now, Alison Tedstone, who was the chief expert witness for the government, spent 10 months with several of her colleagues at Public Health England then to unpack these claims and substantiate them by providing the relevant archived documents of 20 years back. So you can see that it's outrageous, but this is exactly what's happening, and we need to be prepared to play the game. So I'll conclude by showing you some work we've done that flesh out what I've had to go through very quickly. This one was published in 2020. It's an outrageously expensive academic law book. That's what it is. I apologize for that. So we've teamed up with my colleague, Greg Messenger, also on the NIHR project, jointly with me, to produce an open access handbook that unpacks for the public health community and for the trade community the relationship between international trade and investment law and the prevention of NCD. So this is out on the 1st of May, and if there is any question on anything, I shall look forward to them. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Fabio Gomes. So he's my counterpart from the PAHO region, regional advisor for nutrition. Fabio, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Prem, and thank you very much for the invitation, for this opportunity. Oops. Yeah. This slide. Yeah, so I hope, so I'll follow the brief I got. So I'm not going to speak about the policies itself, but more on the barriers and enablers of how to implement them, and also how to design them in ways that we can effectively regulate ultra-processed products. And I'm going to do so looking into the experience of our countries and the collective work of researchers, civil society advocates, and governments in doing so. Looking into two possibilities here, though, in two lenses. One is on the incorporation and the work that the countries are trying to do to incorporate the concept of ultra-processed products into regulatory policies, but also on the implementation of policies that regulate ultra-processed products with or without incorporating the concept of ultra-processed products into the policy. So sometimes it's not that necessarily the concept is there, but we can learn some of the elements that help us indicate how and how best we could be regulating ultra-processed products. So I'm going to describe, or I named some of these approaches here, but if you don't like the names, you can just think of approach 1, 2, 3, 4. But basically trying to understand some of the approaches our countries have taken in regulating ultra-processed products. And the first one that I call it the pragmatic one is mostly the approach that uses pre-existing legal frameworks. So they do not require to add new definition, nor include in the legislation the definition of ultra-processed products, or adopt any new definitions. They're using the existing ones. Or in addition to that, they will use existing public health recommendations, and they will not develop their own nutrient profile model. They will not develop any other sorts of recommendations specific for that policy. They will build on the public health recommendations, and specifically the ones coming out from WHO or PAHO, for instance. And of course, they will be based on the evidence that is very supportive from other part of the research environment that's not necessarily focused on ultra-processed products, but could still help them making the case for the policy. And then you use, the other thing is that this sort of approach will ease the ability for them to use different regulatory instruments. So in some cases, if you were to establish new definitions and, for instance, establish your own recommendations, you would need to pass a new law, and sometimes you can just have a regulation that is within the executive branch of the government without requiring to approve a new law that brings the new definition. So you're using because you're using the existing legal framework, you have more options in terms of legal regulatory instruments in your country to do that. And of course, this also, as an advantage of this approach, brings together greater strength and put the countries in a better technical, legal, and political position, because they're using existing legislation, they're using existing and established recommendation for public health, they're using well-established supportive evidence to put all these together. So when we go to courts and when we went to defend it legally, we have like everything on our side and not evidence that may be still debatable, etc. And then, of course, this helps them implementing monitor and enforcing using their existing capacity. Because if you're within that universe of policies that you're working on, then you have established capacity. Let's say if you're focusing on the labeling, on the marketing restrictions, and if you're using definitions, and if you're using structures that are already existent, then you don't need to create, let's say, a new department that will look into a different sort of policies that never existed in the country. Some barriers and some advantages of that approach. You may leave many ultra-processed products that you're regulating depending on what is your criteria if you're some market-based criteria. And here I'm going to be more specific later on the nutrient profile model. So we discuss a lot about HFSS and ultra-processed products, but there's also a question about what you mean by HFSS, because if it seems that everyone speaks about the same thing and they're not, the way you define them can also change and can help you capture more ultra-processed products to be regulated. We're going to show a little bit of that. The other thing is that ultra-processed products in this particular approach would not be exclusively regulated, or they would not be proportionally more regulated, which was something that Gyorgy was bringing. So if we want to be very focused on exclusively regulating ultra-processed products and not regulate, for instance, processed products, this approach will probably not serve us. But there are some ways we can advance that. So just to illustrate who or where we can find this approach. So in Argentina, Colombia, and Mexico, for different policies, we have these countries adopt a definition, or they use the existing definition in their laws for processed and prepackaged foods, for instance. They apply the PAHO nutrient profile model. And in Argentina, this serves to adopt the warning labels for from the pack, restrict the marketing of the products that have the warning labels, restrict those products from schools and also from procurement, cannot use public money to buy the products that have those warnings. In Colombia, the same approach was used for front of pack labeling. For Mexico, also for front of pack labeling, and there's upcoming legislation on marketing schools. So what these countries did, they used the existing definition of processed products or prepackaged products. We usually this is defined as products that have been labeled in the absence of the consumer, and apply the nutrient profile model of PAHO, which is only applies to processed and ultra-processed products. So in the end, if you want to know how best these countries are regulating ultra-processed products with that approach, we can calculate that. And this is one of the papers being submitted, and it's almost, it will be out soon, and we're doing a similar work collaborating with colleagues here in the UK, showing that if we were to use the Canadian criteria for HFSS, for instance, we would miss 1/3 of ultra-processed products from their regulation. If we were to use the Chilean criteria for HFSS, we will miss 20% of the ultra-processed products to be regulated. And if we use, and in the case of Argentina, Colombia, and Mexico, they are regulating 95% of ultra-processed products without defining ultra-processed products. And these, the prevalence ratio is just showing the advantage of the criteria used in Argentina, Colombia, and Mexico over the other ones. So you see 6 times better than what the Canadian criteria and the Chilean criteria 4 times. If we were to add just non-sugar sweeteners, then you see that there will be an improvement, but not sufficient to get to what a strong nutrient profile model can give there. This is the other example of what can also be done. So this is an example from Peru, where a claim was brought against this company because they were using the amounts of fruits, or they were using images of fruits in the front of the package. And this was ruled against the company, and the company was obliged to remove all the images of fruits of the package, and also put the warning and remove those images. So it's another way of also regulating ultra-processed products, because you're not going to find images of many fruits in products that are not containing enough fruits. This is just one example from here from the UK, where you can only have 1% of strawberry puree from concentrate to show a big image of fresh fruit on the front of the package. So if you were to use, for instance, these sort of regulations on the use of and the distortion of labeling based on the composition, you were already focused your regulation will be on ultra-processed products, because you won't find processed products doing this sort of distortions. They usually will contain some fruit and vegetables compared to ultra-processed products. The other approach is a differential one. So in this case, we want to exclusively target ultra-processed products, or particular target ultra-processed products more explicitly, or be more proportionally stronger in regulating ultra-processed products. And we also might include some corporate level regulation too. Some of the barriers and disadvantages here is it will require upstream legal framework changes. We will need to have new laws and changes to our legal framework. We will require more time to get there, and also we will need to, we might deregulate or regulate some prepackaged foods that may have a problem still for the diet. So for instance, processed products that are still excessive in some of these nutrients. We may have some false negative, because, for instance, if you're using the ingredients list, we might miss extrusion or some other elements of ultra-processed products. So there's two examples of these approaches in this approach in our region. So Colombia with the taxation. So the taxation works in ways that you have a list of tariff codes that apply, and the products that are found within these tariff codes, they're processed products or ultra-processed products, not only the ultra-processed products. But after they go through the nutrient profile model to identify if they have these excessive amounts, which I showed you, that brings these products to 95% of ultra-processed products being regulated. In addition to that, it does indicates that these are products that were gone through industrial process, and the authorities do stress that this relates to the process and not to the product. So if the product is a result of an industrial process, the taxation applies. If it's not going through an industrial process, the taxation doesn't apply. So it's bringing like a sort of level a bit higher up on the food chain. And then the Ecuador is the first country in our region to adopt a legal definition for ultra-processed products. It brings the definition, a concept definition, 2019, into a legal document. So that's the resolution defining and providing the competency of who needs to operationalize that definition. But at the end, and then the agency has to come up with an operational definition that basically works with the ingredients of the product to come up with a definition. And the policy that is applied here is for eliminating the deduction of taxes for expenses with promotion and advertisement. So in Ecuador, if you have a company and you advertise your product, you can deduct the expenses you have with the advertisement. But if your company is an ultra-processed product company, you cannot claim that deduction. So it's going up a bit in the way it regulates companies. The third one is the innovative one, which really brings other elements, and I'll give some examples. So you're trying to detach them from the labeling legislation. So for now, we're trying to regulate ultra-processed products with information that we have on the label, and we can expand that to other sort of information as well. It's based on the objective information of the processing, not proxies or markers that you can find in the ingredients list. And it also includes corporate regulation. Some of the disadvantages I'll just go through quickly and get to the final slide. Just wanted to show that it doesn't mean that one or the other approach should be identified. It's just how countries being moved forward through these approaches to get to elements that are very tangible to them using the legal framework they have, to others that are much more complicated. So, and much more upstream, let's say. So yeah, starting with the definitions that are existing, moving to improving the criteria, parameters and nutrients, and going all the way to corporate regulation and policy tools. And I think just in terms of the policy tools, I wanted to comment just, if you think of the policies that you're working with to regulate ultra-processed products, just the type of policy can already help you being more focused on ultra-processed products. Let's say marketing, as Emma was mentioning. Marketing is done by the ultra-processed products company. So if you're regulating that, you're probably regulating much more the ultra-processed products. And then other sort of elements I think that we can learn from the environment or tobacco companies. Even for tobacco, as you know, most of what has been done was in trying to defend the governments from advancing this policy at corporate level. Just in 2019, we had the first country that really tried to do the opposite and sue tobacco firms to pay for what the problems that they are causing into the countries, and that's Brazil. So a suit that is a process that is going forward, but this really requires that change, that shift from defending yourselves and ourselves as our power to regulate to a more proactive in claiming that the harms that these companies are causing and getting them to pay for the compensations of the harms they are causing. So I'm not going to speak about this one, sorry, because it's too short a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio.
Now, from Sustain, we have Barbara Crowther, and she's our final speaker for this session. Barbara.
Woo! I don't know about you, it's really hot in here. I'm purple. We're all waiting for our tea, so I'll try and keep this a little bit upbeat for you all. I'm from Sustain. For those of you who don't know Sustain, especially those dialing in from outside the UK, we're the UK Alliance for Food and Farming. And I'm putting that up because it's quite important for understanding where we're coming from around this, because we believe that a lot of this debate is, yes, about regulating all of the corporate unhealthy processed food, but also dialing up how we access healthy and sustainable food, and that we need to kind of balance policies for both. So I was asked to say just a few words about the consumer perspective, and this picture from our Real Bread campaign kind of sums up what we heard from our parents during the Children's Food campaign, is that look of, I thought it was healthy, and then I realized what was in it. And I think Chris has done a great job in saying, you know, if it's got nice cartoon characters, a few little health claims about having no added sugars, chances are it's an ultra-processed product. So firstly, just to say, from consumer perspective, I think the attitudes and understanding of ultra-processed foods is intrinsically linked to how people are feeling more broadly about health, access to healthy food, and also how they are interacting with companies more broadly. So just a few examples. So the Health Foundation's recent research showed 63% actually agree that our public health is getting worse. So we know there's a problem. In our own research with parents, 76% of our parents, and this was a survey of 2,000 parents, said it was getting harder, not easier, to ensure their children eat a healthy diet, and that the vast majority of them were worrying about it. And then very recently we released some polling with 5,000 people as part of Recipe for Change, which is a coalition of organisations calling on the government to build on the success of the soft drinks industry levy and use revenues from those types of measures to support access to healthier food and children's health. Only 13% of people think companies are actually being honest. So there's a growing level of distrust, and the food conversation by the Food Farming and Countryside Commission has documented lots of lived experience around these things. So broadly speaking, there's this broader sense of disquiet about what's happening around access to healthy food. 74% of people here in the UK think food companies are not being honest about the health impacts of their food. So 74% think they're not honest. And then when we asked about what elements of unhealthy food they're concerned about, what's really interesting is concern about processing has kind of caught up with and is now exceeding people's concern about the levels of salt and sugar. So broadly speaking, it has gained huge salience with the British public. However, what we know is when it actually comes to the day-to-day of how consumers are interacting with the food system, these types of concerns fall way down the pecking order of what people are thinking about. So yes, people are concerned about these questions, but there's a cost implication. And actually, one of the consumer barriers for this has been all these arguments about cost of living and enabling people to buy, but very quick to make, quick to serve cheap products. So people kind of having limited time, but also increasingly limited facilities. And we're seeing whole new housing developments being built with very inadequate kitchen facilities, for example. So we need to just kind of think about that as well. People wanting things that have long shelf life, that they can store, that they know their kids will eat. And therefore just going for that familiarity and repetition and familiar brands, and that's where all the marketing builds on that sense of loyalty and emotion. All the advertising that we see that is not really even product specific, but just tries to create that emotional connection. And so what we find with our parents is parents quite often buy those products that carry cartoon characters because they believe that their children are more likely to eat them, and then they're really shocked when they actually don't like them. And then finally, all those easy to find, things that are promoted at us, things that are on offer, things that are on deals, and all of that means that when we actually come to the day-to-day, all of these concerns about health and concerns about levels of salt and sugar, concerns about processing, tend to kind of drift to the back of mind. Secondly, in terms of consumer perceptions, is broadly speaking, we as a nation think we're eating healthily. So when you ask people if they're concerned about whether the UK as a whole is eating healthily, people say, oh no, I'm really worried. When they ask people if you personally are eating healthily, we say, oh yeah, no, I think I'm eating healthily. And you can see that that's not. So whilst concern is growing, our own sense of perception is not. And there's some really good YouGov tracking on that. So it's that kind of, how do we incorporate that sense of what do we know we're eating? And I've taken bread as an example because most people don't associate bread with ultra-processed foods. We sustain one of our campaigns, is the Real Bread campaign. And so on the left, you've kind of got what people see in store. And my colleague, Chris Young, in the Real Bread campaign, has kind of associated that with what are the ingredients of bread. And bread is a processed product, but only real bread is a processed product. But most of what we see in the shops, and while people might see a loaf of Hovis or Warburton or other brands are available, and I'm sure around the world as well, what people might kind of go, that might be an ultra-processed product. The kind of freshly made in store in your supermarket is definitely not perceived as being that. And what my colleague Chris would call, this is not bread, this is an industrial dough product rebaked in an industrial loaf canning salon. So, and bread is one of the highest contributors of salt in British diets, but it's very, very difficult to argue, for example, we extend salt reformulation taxes specifically to bread because of its role as a staple. So just thinking through policy shifts, and it's at this point that I kind of wish I had been writing my slides throughout the course of the day, because it's just been so interesting hearing all the different arguments. I think this slide effectively, in a nutshell, is trying to say, let's not throw the HFSS baby out with the UPF bathwater, or let's protect the baby as well in lots of other ways. Current policies are already focused on prepackaged categories, overwhelmingly. There's an argument that they need to expand to out-of-home and lots of other categories, but a lot of the regulation is tackling a lot of the products that we're talking about. There's a very, very high overlap, as has been said before. And then we know that we've got, if we lean into that overlap, and this might be, Fabio, this is kind of your incremental, your pragmatic model, leaning into that, but then also thinking about how we build incrementally on that, I think potentially gives us the best opportunity to not throw things out, but build on what we've got and go further with it. And when I'm saying reformulation, I'm not just talking about technical changing of ingredients. I'm also talking about the type of reformulation where companies remove products from their portfolio, where their new product development does something different and healthier, or where it's portion size that we look at and you reduce portion size. None of that necessarily tackles the big corporate capture of our food sector, but it does take us somewhere to addressing the foods that are being bought by people who are time poor, resource poor, etc. We also believe that we need to be reducing the overall profile of these products, so that we're not just substituting one form of sweetness for another. So, and we've been very clear in Sustain that the kind of reformulation under the soft drinks industry levy, we never argued for the substitution of sugars, with sweeteners, but we argued for reduction of sweetness. So we've achieved partly our aims, but we've not achieved our aim of trying to kind of reduce our reliance on those very sweet drinks. And so I think we then do say, then how do we start to do what is starting to happen around the world and build some of those other markers of harmful processing? How do we start to build those onto what we're already doing? Secondly, I think this has been covered, it's been covered by Emma and lots of other people, is all of the policies that shift the spotlight away from these products, whether that's advertising, marketing regulations. I particularly think here in the UK, we have to start addressing the early years, baby foods, toddler foods, weaning foods. Those are where we've got some of the most egregious forms of misleading information and really high sugars. So biscuits for weaning that are sugarier than a chocolate digestive. Removal of cartoon characters, all of the things that are starting to happen around the world. But also there's plenty of other things, local planning policies, and on bread and Honest Crust Act. So all of the things that sit around moving the spotlight to healthier products. And then the third big shift, policy shift for me, is all about how do we rebalance, how do we address this big dietary balance? And I absolutely agree about the power of public procurement and the power of something like the school food, but we've got hospital food, we've got prison food, local authority food systems. How do we leverage those procurement opportunities, expanding eligibility for those for Healthy Star, access to fruit and voucher programs, fruit and vegetable payment and vouchers, leveraging mandatory government buying standards. We can add to that things like breastfeeding policies. We can add to that things like agricultural subsidies for agroecological farming. We can add to that things like how do we get some of the processing understanding into the guidance through the Eat Well guide as well, so that we're putting that into people's minds and just bring it more upfront. And is it time to update all of that? So those are three shifts. So what we do with the products, what we do with the spotlight, and what we do with really dialing up access to healthier, fresh food and leveraging public procurement for that. I'll leave it there.
We have been given about 5 minutes to respond to a few questions we are getting on the Mentimeter. So the first question, I thought that this is relevant because I think when I work with our European countries, this is one of the questions they ask. What do you think about the potential for the food industry to weaponize the inconsistencies of the UPF definition, to block action or policy to regulate them? How can this be tackled or addressed? So we don't have a clear definition, so there's inconsistency how we have NOVA, but different countries define it. And we heard from Francesco Branca that it may be a few years for WHO to come up with a clear definition. Even if that translates to countries, it takes another few years. So in between this time, based on what's happening in South America or other places, what is your advice? How can we address this?
Yeah, I think the first point is that we need to understand that all definitions and all concepts, they will have limitations, and I think that shouldn't prevent us from moving forward. And what industry really wants to do is to sustain the doubt, and that's what their main objective. Because leaving the doubt, we just don't move forward. So I think with what we have, we need to move forward. We have enough, I think, to do, and that's with our argument. I think we can move forward.
Thank you, Amandine. Especially in the European context with the EU countries, do you think the member states themselves can take action on some of these regulatory measures we discussed, or do they have to wait until the EU themselves, EU level policy proposals? Where do you see the aim for action?
we're not going to wait for Godot, and I think the next commission is basically promising to do nothing or very little indeed. So again, it's very long to unpack, but in a nutshell, food policies very often are areas that we call areas of shared competence. So both the EU and the member states can act. And the rule is, provided that the EU has not acted in a given field, then member states can do so, provided that they do so by respecting some core principles of European internal trade law. That would be that the measure should not be discriminatory. In other words, they shouldn't protect their own markets, and they shouldn't be unduly restrictive of trade. So again, this is a massive literature and case law on this, but the answer to the question in a nutshell is, provided the EU has not already occupied the field, then member states could do it. So for example, a member state cannot mandate front of pack nutrition labeling, and the Nutri-Score cannot become mandatory until the EU has amended its food information regulation. But again, the signs are that the promises made back in 2020 are not going to be fulfilled. So member states must put the pressure up, and the more the member states adopt it on a voluntary basis, the more the EU will find it very difficult to say that the trade discrepancies should not be tackled at EU level. Same with food marketing. There's a lot of value in having bottom-up pressure when the EU is not doing what it should be doing.
Just as an example of what things that we can do, we've got a really interesting test case coming up in the UK, which is the government has pledged to ban the sale of energy drinks to under 16s. At the moment, energy drinks carry a warning, and it says not suitable for pregnant women or children. Have you ever seen it? It's tiny, it's on the back. So if we're talking with the government around how to do that, we could introduce the first warning label onto a British product as a precedent through the energy drinks. And I think it's going to be quite salient, because actually quite a lot of energy drinks have reformulated in the UK and substituted sweeteners for sugar. There's still quite a lot of very sugary ones, but actually some of the main concern is around caffeine now. So we could be starting to kind of experiment and advocate for other ways of kind of pushing regulatory boundaries, and certainly using the consultation processes to start making those arguments. Likewise, the soft drinks industry levy review is currently looking at extension to milk-based drinks. They probably won't do it, but there's no reason why we shouldn't say you need to start looking at whether or not artificial sweeteners come into that mix in the future. So let's use those processes.
Thank you. Fabio, you had something there?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add to the fact that if you look at Argentina, for instance, we don't have a definition of ultra-processed products, and we can say that 98% of ultra-processed products, they have a warning label on the front of the package, a big one. 5% of the surface has been covered by each of those. It could have reached 30%. They cannot be advertised. They cannot found in schools. And I think, and this is based on the nutrient profile model that is established by WHO regional office, based on WHO intake goals. So it's very objective. We were not trying to get a lot of ultra-processed products to be regulated, or X number of ultra-processed or processed products to be regulated. We wanted to have a nutrient profile that was linked to WHO and will help people achieve those intake goals, and it ended up that also helping them to do so. So I guess this one way that countries can do that, even without going into the markers or other additives, which has been a longer way to achieve as well.
Fabio, on your third approach, you wanted to include the level of processing into the efficient. How would you see governments getting that data?
Yeah, so so we have received some of these as from countries sometimes. So for instance, if you don't have the nutrition facts on the label of the product, or if you don't have that information on the product, you cannot require the company to comply with that. But that's not the case. For instance, we have, for instance, in the countries, regulations that restricts the amount of for instance, colorants or some contaminants in the product, and they are not on the label of the product, but I still can require the product to comply with certain. The same for other products or elements. So we could require that says the company has to if the company has a certain process. And the same happens with partial hydrogenation, for instance. You have a huge tank of hydrogenation on the oils companies that you know they're doing hydrogenation if that tank is there. So there's sort of procedures, inspections that you could do to make sure that the company has or not that process. If they're using that process, they're violating the regulation. If you say that process cannot be no longer be used, for instance. So there, you could be done, yeah.
Thank you. Maybe the last question for you, Amandine. The trade and investment. So in South American countries, they've put the black label. And is there ongoing disputes in using trade and investment treaties because of this action from member states, putting a mandatory label, warning label?
I mean, a lot of the trade, and here my colleagues who are on the NIHR project can also step in, but the disputes can go on for years, and you do not necessarily see them because they happen in committees. So what we've noticed with the work we're doing on Latin American countries and front of pack warning labels is that Chile, that was the first, had a lot of backlash, and there were discussions after discussions after discussions going on for years, and you can trace back through committee minutes. But then more recent countries, countries that are regulated more recently have tended to face less backlash, both in terms of the number of claims that were made against the legislation, but also the number of committees where these claims would be heard. And what we've also noticed is that Uruguay, that was challenged, had, and they must have learned from the investment dispute they faced, that was a very brutal dispute they won in 2016. They had framed the arguments very carefully so that the measure was not challenged in the same way as other countries' measures that came before and were perhaps less prepared faced. So it's ongoing. And again, we've talked of front of pack warning labels, but wait for other countries to do other things. And again, that will continue. It's one of the main fora where you have these disputes.
And a lot of European countries are looking forward to your region to learn more. Many governments like to learn cross-government. So we like to facilitate that, Fabio. And thank you. So with that, we close this session. Thank you to all the speakers. And Franco.
Walmsley, and we would like you to grab your cup of tea if you'd like to have one, and come back straight away so that we can start promptly. Thank you.
going to be good. Baroness Walmsley of the House of Lords chaired, Liberal Democrat, I don't think that's relevant. All party. Yes. She chaired the House of Lords. House of Lords Committee on Food, Diet and Obesity. And it is a remarkably powerful report. You know, there are some things that, you know, critics say are missing, but we'll come to that in a minute. The report is called Recipe for Health, a plan to fix our broken health system. And I recommend it as good reading to you all. And those of you who saw the television of the hearings will know that it was absolutely gripping television. I mean, it was. You just thought, this is pretty funny, isn't it? You know, who'd have guessed it, that the House of Lords could put on such a show? But they had remarkable people. I mean, some of the people here. I mean, Kevin, I know, was zoomed in from Bethesda. Anyway, Lady Walmsley, the report says there have been 700 wide-ranging policies to tackle obesity over the last few years, but we're, as you know, and as the report documents, we're fatter than ever. The height of 5-year-olds has been falling in Britain since 2013, and obesity in 10 to 11-year-olds has increased 30% since 2006. How has that happened?
Well, I don't need to go through it, I don't think, with an audience like this, but it became very, very clear that all these obesity strategies we've had for the last 30 years, 14 of them, and 700 policies, as you have said, Sheila, have not improved the situation. We've got fatter than ever. So what we did was we looked to see why that is. What did they have in common that was so ineffective, that brought about this total failure? And I think there were 4 things, really. One is that these were all piecemeal. They didn't hang together. Secondly, they were mainly focused on personal responsibility, people to choose healthy food. But they were in an obesogenic environment. And as somebody said to me recently, and I keep liking to repeat it, if people are swimming against the tide, it's not helpful to tell them to swim harder. So you will see what we recommended to avoid that. The next thing was that a lot of the targets that were put on the food industry were voluntary and not mandatory, and they haven't worked. You know, where you've got a target of reduction of a particular harmful nutrient by 30%, and all you achieve is 3%, it's clearly not working. And finally, nobody was really enforcing all this. Nobody was keeping an eye on the whole system. And we know how powerful the food industry is. And that's why we didn't pull any punches. The first thing we did was something that's never been done before, and that is to recommend to the government that when it is devising its food and health policy, it does not talk to the parts of the food industry that are producing the sort of food that are making people ill. Yes, they'll have to talk to those people when it comes to implementing the policy, but not when establishing the policy. So that's going to reduce the effectiveness of a lot of the lobbying that we know is quite effective. And secondly, we looked at to focus on ultra-processed food, which is, of course, the focus of this conference, but wasn't the be-all and end-all, by the way, of our report. It was, in fact, broader than that. But looking at ultra-processed food, it became clear there were 2 things that really stood in the way of strong action. One was the difficulty of classifying a food that can be regarded as unhealthy based on ultra-processing, because, of course, the nutrients in it and the nutrients that are not in it are also an important factor. And I really welcome the research that Kevin Hall and Mathilde have done, looking at various factors that are common to a range of ultra-processed food that may be the causation of what we've seen through the epidemiological studies that we looked at, which is this very strong correlation between a dietary pattern that's high in ultra-processed food and a very high risk of diet-related health risks. So we very much welcome the further research that's being done, partly because we've recommended that it should be done. One of our recommendations is that more independent of food industry research is done into how it is that people eating a lot of ultra-processed food get sick. The other problem was this classification issue, and we all know about the NOVA classification, but as we heard from our witnesses, it takes no account of the nutrients. And I was really interested to hear about Francesco Branca's research, where he's trying to look at some kind of hybrid classification. We did actually hear Professor Popkin, his research, where he's been trying to produce a hybrid system of classification as well. So until you've got those two things, it's really very hard to regulate. So what could we do? Because we felt it was very alarming, the evidence that we heard, and so we need to do something. So I've already mentioned we've called for more research. The second thing is we realized that when we heard the evidence about the very big overlap between food that's high in fat, salt, and sugar and food that's ultra-processed, that if we tackle HFSS, we are in effect also tackling quite a lot of the ultra-processed foods that are out there. So we've come up with various recommendations that are really quite strong on trying to reduce the amount of HFSS food, which actually is the only sort of definition that's currently used for any kind of a regulation legislation. Then we can actually challenge a lot of the ultra-processed food as well. And the third thing is that we wanted to set up a system whereby once it's in place, if the definition of what a healthy food is to develop further, if there is emerging evidence, for example, about the effect of hyperpalatability, the effect of energy density, the effect of certain combinations of additives, perhaps. So once you've got the system in place to control the food industry based on the healthiness of food, then you can evolve the definition of what the government feels is an unhealthy food in the interest of the emerging evidence. So we've asked for the national dietary guidelines to be reviewed and kept regularly under reviewed. We've asked for the Scientific Advisory Committee on Nutrition to talk to ministers regularly, and that ministers must listen to their analysis of all the additional sets of research that's coming out all the time. So those are the sorts of things. In the meantime, what we have suggested is that there should be a tax on salt and sugar in processed meals, and that the revenue from that should be used to subsidize healthier food, particularly focusing on infants and children and young people, because we heard some very alarming evidence about the quality of infant nutrition, of nutrition in early years settings, and food in schools, and it needs to be reviewed. For example, the Food Standards Plan hasn't been reviewed for 10 years, and it really is time it was. And we also think that the government really needs to look at the public health benefit of improving the availability, the eligibility, and the funding of free school meals, and also those Healthy Start vouchers that are so important for very young families. So we also recommended restrictions on advertising of unhealthy food. And again, currently we have a definition of ultra-processed food, of unhealthy food that's based on the nutrient profiling model. But that could change in line with some of the research that's being done by people in this room. So once you've got that system, and the system is that the government should develop an integrated long-term food strategy. And it should be across all parts of the food system and all departments of government that are relevant. And of course, it's not just the health department and the environment department. It's 4 or 5 other departments as well, in particular the Treasury. So that needs to be done. And then within that, they need to set healthiness targets for the food industry. And that should apply across the whole industry, not just retailers, not just the big food producers, but some of these Just Eats and Deliveroos and people like that as well. Because actually we heard from some members of the food industry, some of them wouldn't talk to us, but some of them did. And what they said was they want a level playing field and they want certainty. And that's great. And you can only get that if you've got mandatory regulation.
But some, you say some of the food industry spoke to you, but in fact, none of the global companies would speak to you.
No, we did invite them all, I can assure you of that. Some of my staff are sitting at the back there, they can back me up on that. We did invite them. A few of them sent us written evidence, but they would not come and sit in front of us and answer difficult questions. So that tells you something. And, you know, the government is supposed to respond to us within 2 months. That would put it on Christmas Eve. We decided not to spoil their Christmas dinner by insisting that they responded by Christmas Eve. We said, okay, when we come back in January, that will do. So they've now asked us to leave it until the end of January. Now that's good and bad, because it's bad because it gives the food industry more time to lobby them, but it also gives me more time to talk to ministers and say, now look, this is a new government. We're asking you to do something entirely different. It's focusing on the powerful food industry and making sure better food is put in front of all citizens, particularly those on lower incomes who can't afford the best quality food and certainly can't afford the energy to cook it all from scratch, even if they know how to, which is another point in itself.
Yes, that is something that was not in the report, that perhaps one could give agency to people by putting cooking as a life skill in school from the age of 5, so that if you want to take part in the Just Eat and all the rest of that economy, you can choose to do that, but you can also have the tools not to do that. Why didn't you?
I quite agree with you, Sheila. Unfortunately, it was outside our remit, and we had a very short time to do a report on a very complex issue, as everybody in this room knows. So we started at the beginning of February, we reported at the end of October, and we lost about 2.5 months in the middle for the general election when we weren't allowed to do anything. So we had to work really hard, and we had to stick very closely to our remit. Sadly, we couldn't do anything about the sustainability of food or food education or treatments of obesity, I'm afraid. And of course, that's come into the news recently as well. But it was outside our remit, so we couldn't do it.
And you have talked about the fact that the Minister for Health has said, we must, prevention must be the key, and talked about the kind of money that could be saved in the British economy if prevention was put in place. And then, of course, the kicker is that this was about tobacco. It did not, West Streeting did not talk about food. Are you optimistic that we will get to the point where this government will begin to grasp that food is an issue like as bad as, and actually a good deal worse than tobacco?
Yes, indeed. I'm rather hoping that I can make that point when I meet him in the very near future, because although they're proposing radical action on tobacco, and he has said prevention is better than cure, but that was in relation to tobacco, the cost of tobacco to the economy is about 1/5 of the cost of dietary-related diseases to the economy. And also, it's half the cost of diet-related diseases to the NHS. So for the sake of both the NHS and the economy, we need to focus on food as well. Now, this government has come in on a manifesto which says they're going to focus on growth. We need growth in order to get the taxes in to pay for public services. Absolutely right. But if people are sick, they can't go to work. And there's a very simple way of solving that problem, and that is giving them better food, or forcing the food industry in this country to give them better food. And I've been quoted as saying, that the food industry needs to respond in a responsible way to this. Yes, of course, they need to make a profit. They wouldn't exist if they didn't. But they serve the public. They are servants of the public, and they also have a reputation to manage. And I'm hoping that the public will respond if the food industry does not get its act together and produce healthier food, and at least cooperate with any of our recommendations that the government actually puts into place, which I very much hope will be most of them.
But you've got a situation, I mean, you mentioned the weight loss drugs. You've got a situation where it's obviously very tempting, and Wes Streeting has sort of, indicated that he's given into temptation to go for a quick fix. I mean, it's enormously expensive to use those drugs, but it's a damn sight easier than trying to reorganize a global food system. I mean, most of the companies operating in Britain are not, they don't care really that much about the UK government. So why wouldn't they take that option?
Well, it seems they are, to some extent. I mean, low-hanging fruit is always a very tempting thing for government. I mean, we've seen it with energy, the reduction in carbon emissions is mainly due to the fact that we're not using coal anymore. That was the low-hanging fruit. All the rest is a lot harder. So we've got a similar situation here, I think. I'm not saying that, the Ozempic type treatments are not appropriate in their place for people who are already living with obesity. The problem, however, is that they'll only get it if they have another health problem that's related to diet, and they'll only get it for 2 years. Now, at the end of those 2 years, well, it would be like an alcoholic going through rehab and being released into the pub, because we've got an obesogenic environment. So if people lose the weight with the Ozempic, and there's plenty of evidence that they do and they can, it's not right for everybody. There are some nasty side effects for some people. But if they do that, that's excellent, and hopefully their life chances will be improved. But we want to make sure that when that treatment comes to an end, they're not faced with an environment where there's nothing to choose but unhealthy food, high in fat, salt, and sugar, highly processed, packed in plastic, loads of additives, hyperpalatable, energy dense, easy to slip down and eat too much, and all those things. I'm pleased, actually, that this program of treatment is going to be accompanied by dietary guidance and exercise and all the rest of those good things. But the trouble is, when that support is withdrawn at the end of the period, what my report seeks to ensure is that our whole food system has been improved so that the people who've been on that treatment and all the rest of the population are being offered affordable, accessible, healthier food. And that's what it's all about.
When President Obama was asked, I think it was by Michael Pollan, what his administration was going to do about the American diet and health, and Obama apparently said, "Show me the votes." Are there any votes for this government in caring about the food system?
Do you know, I really think there are, if they will only see it. Because, as I've said, their manifesto is based on growth. And sick people don't go to work. Now, they have only over the last few days announced various measures to help people who are out of work to get back to work. But they're mainly focusing on looking at the barriers, the skills barriers, and things of that nature. Mental health, of course, is a big issue. And to a great extent, it's linked to people living with obesity. But that is only one factor. Another factor is that they're not well enough to go back to work. So anything you can do is going to help. And actually, it's so cost effective. I don't know if any of you have read the recent Eszter toolkit that they published. It's a really good piece of work. And all the relevant recommendations from our report that were in those various policies that they assessed on in terms of their cost effectiveness came out as cost effective. And they also looked at some of the treatments, which we didn't look at. So looking at the end of their paper, they gave the cost if the government were actually to implement their toolkit. And if to my memory, it said that over 5 years it would cost £3 billion, but it would provide a benefit of £30 billion every year. Now, that's a lot of money towards paying for education and health and transport and defence and all the other things that governments have to pay for. But, you know, this is a new government and they should be ambitious. And when I get in front of the various relevant secretaries of state, that's what I'm going to tell them.
Well done, Joan. Well, there's no questions on my little magic box here, so, you know, we can have questions from, ask a question, nothing to see here, it says. It's possibly the iPad, but so, questions. So, I mean, I think...
Has somebody else got the list of questions?
Have you got a question there?
Yeah, I wanted to, Francesco Branca, I wanted to know why, so if the government is planning to look at front of the pack labeling, now that you're not part of the European Union any longer.
We have recommended two things about labelling, although we're focusing mainly on the food system, and labelling is mainly there to assist consumers to choose healthier meals. And so it does have a role, of course. First of all, we said front of pack labelling has got to be mandatory, not voluntary, and it's got to be big enough to read. I'm one of those people that brings a magnifying glass with me when I go shopping. Shouldn't need to do that. However, there has been some research about choosing between the traffic light system and the Nutri-Score system. I think Nutri-Score system has actually got a lot to recommend it. But I don't believe there's been any research that looks at whether these octagonal black things that they've got in Latin America on fat, salt and sugar, whether those would help consumers in this country. And so we've recommended that there should be some real-world consumer research on a range of different kinds of labelling that are out there, and just to see which would be the most helpful. And whichever is the most helpful should be implemented as a mandatory requirement. So.
Thank you very much. Now all the questions have appeared, I'm sorry. To close loopholes effectively, is the first step not to prevent the UPF industry from having a seat at the policy-making table in the first place? And this was relevant to
Thank you. That
things.
brings me back to, I think, something I said right at the very beginning, that we have recommended something that hasn't been done before, which is to say that when the government is developing its policy on food, they should not be listening to people who produce food that makes people sick. They should be listening to people who know about health, who know about nutrition, who know about what makes a healthy diet. And they should also, wherever they possibly can, and they have money available, and they could, if they tax salt and sugar, have revenue available, they should be subsidizing such healthy foods for those who can't currently afford them. So that's how we would close loopholes. And obviously, there would need to be discussions with the industry about how to implement the policies. But there must be transparency over those meetings. They must be in the public domain. Currently, they're not.
I mean, which brings up a question here about the eat well or eat badly. This questioner says, the eat well plate, which we made a very contentious program about. Is it time to replace the eat well plate that one does think the food industry has had quite a hand in?
Well, it's not a bad thing that we have guidance, national dietary guidance, and some advice that's sort of available and accessible to the public. But it needs reviewing, absolutely it does. It's a long time since it was reviewed. There's been a lot of research since it was reviewed about what is a healthy diet. I mean, for example, given the really sedentary lifestyle that so many of us live, the calories a day advisory levels for both men and women, personally, I think are too high, and certainly for women. So there's a lot that needs to be done to look at that. And then it needs to be kept under review in the light of emerging evidence, some of which may very well be produced by people in this room.
How do we improve the public's trust in government to protect the public's health from harmful UPF products and industry practices?
That's a very good question. I like that. Well, I mean, if the government were to really stand up and say, over the last 30 years, there have been 700 failed policies and we're going to do it differently, and then insist on it by making some of the things that need to be mandatory, and help local authorities, by the way, because local authorities, many of them, are trying to do really good work on this by limiting, for example, the number of unhealthy food outlets near schools or places where young people hang out. There's all kinds of things that they are trying to do, and they could do with more powers. So if government were to do that, I think the public would so much welcome it. I mean, I was really pleased when the grocer accused my committee of being nanny state, because that's what we need, you know. I mean, I never had a nanny, but what we need is caring parents. And, you know, the responsibility of the government is the welfare of its citizens. And that's what we're talking about here. And if Wes Streeting and all the other secretaries of state that are relevant stood up and said, we are going to get together to talk across government, and it has to be across government, about how we can ensure that our population have the opportunity to be healthier, it would be so welcomed. And certainly we've heard some research from, I think it was the Food and Farming Citizens Commission, indicating that what people want is action. You know, they don't want government saying, oh, well, let's just roll over, we've got a very powerful food industry, let them carry on. No, there's more than one way of producing food. And we would like to see it to be a healthier way.
One last question. What can we learn from tobacco control that can be applied to how we create and implement effective policies targeting UPFs? And, you know, many people, you know, the tobacco industry had a strategy for keeping research at a distance, for stopping it getting taken seriously for a long time. And critics say that that's what the kind of strategy the food industry is now using.
Yes, I think we're all aware of the tobacco playbook, aren't we? And we're seeing that happening with the food industry as well. Well, I think part of the issue is when you see it happening and you recognize it for what it is, and it's the vested interests, then you can accept it for what it is and say, no, we're not going to do that, we're going to do something different. I mean, at first, the tobacco companies said tobacco is not addictive. They all sat in front of the American inquiry about it and said, no, I don't believe tobacco is addictive. They also denied that it had anything to do with lung cancer or secondary smoking had any effect. So gradually, the research became irresistible. And I think that's what's going to happen with the food industry as well. There's already plenty of epidemiological evidence. There's emerging evidence on causation. It's coming. I think it has to be put right in front of the noses of government. And, you know, there are a lot of really good campaigners on food quality in this country. They're producing evidence all the time. They're producing evidence of what people want, including the Food Standards Agency regularly does some research about people's attitudes to food, including ultra-processed foods. The quality of food is very, very high up the agenda of the general public. And if they can see a government actually really trying to do something about that, I think it will improve their confidence in the government. And even in parts of the food industry, if they see the food industry doing the right thing and shouting about it, that's where I'd shop.
Lady Walmsley, thank you so much. Honestly, you have played your part in changing the food system. That's a remarkable report. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming today.
And there's some outside if you want to pick one up.
Good. We finally, the final speaker today is the man who broke through from the science of UPFs to the general public. I don't think we would be having this conference or these conversations if Chris van Tulleken had not written his remarkable book.
Well, that's an embarrassing introduction, especially in front of this audience, because of course... I said you broke through. Well, I broke through with the... no, Sheila, first of all, I broke through with a lot of help from you. I broke through with a lot of help from everyone in this room. I stood heavily on the shoulders of people here. So, Franco, you've given me a huge honour in concluding this conference, but also an impossible task. Now, the first thing is to add, how long have I got? Have I got the full 20 minutes?
Same as we had.
All right. I'm going to try and land it early. We started today, I'm not going to reflect your own words back at you. Many of you have, in fact, almost everyone in this room has directly influenced me, so it would be impertinent to do that. But I'm going to try and provide a bit of context. We started appropriately enough with the molecules, Mathilde, Kevin speaking appropriately enough as a reformed physicist, life, of course, being the transfer of electrons from food to breath. But then we've expanded the day far, far beyond the natural sciences, which are fundamentally somewhat limited but wonderful tools to investigate something as complicated as food and the food system. So we've involved the social sciences, we've heard about politics, perhaps not enough about politics, and I'm going to dwell on that. We've heard about economics, the law, crucially all these things. We didn't hear enough about infants, in my opinion, but I do think the discussion around children was pretty emphatic. So I'm going to try and draw a few thoughts together. Now, should I just click? I'm just going to click. Oh, okay. There's a slight delay on this. I talk a lot about who pays other people, and so it's really important that I declare a very significant interest in this. The thing that many people in this room have helped me with is making money from a book about ultra-processed food, and also from 2 television documentaries about ultra-processed food. I don't profit from causing the problem, but I have a significant interest in this agenda. The context I want to set here, I just want to underline, the context is one of, I would say, extreme violence. A quarter of our life in the UK is spent living in poor health. 25% of adults live with obesity. 10% of children by the age of 5 live with obesity. 22% by the age of 10. And since 1990, obesity, according to our National Childhood Measurement Programme, has gone up by 700%. Severe obesity has gone up by 1,600%. And the tighter you draw the threshold, draw the boundaries around that definition, the higher the percentage rise. And this goes hand in hand with stunting, and that is really, really important. So in other words, we're living in an emergency, something requiring urgent, immediate action. Except really we've been living in this emergency for 2, perhaps 3 decades. 5% obesity in children in 1990 is intolerable, an integer percentage. That was when the emergency began. Okay, so inaction, business as usual, is not possible. I want to say this. There are many, many, many mechanisms that we're considering in this room, but I think that everyone in this room and everyone outside the room, even food industry and those they pay, there is consensus that the proximate harm to the body and the brain is driven by excessive consumption of calories, saturated fat, salt and sugar. There may be many other harms. Mathilde put up a wonderful slide. We need much more evidence. I strongly believe that many of those harms are very real, but I don't think anyone can dispute this. The thing that has eluded nutritional science for many, many years was why, in the mid-1970s in the US and then in the mid-80s in the UK, why did we suddenly start eating more of them? And I think the answer to that is ultra-processing, broadly. No one other than my 4-year-old eats raw nutrients, and Sasha just does it to annoy me. So even mixing these things together, it's not enormously palatable. It is the processing that drives the excessive consumption. So here's an overview. I think my interpretation of what I've heard today and what I've been informed by many of you is that we do need to understand obesity and most other diet-related disease as fundamentally commercial objectives driven by commercial incentives. And this is a word that was coined to describe the deaths caused by the infant formula industry marketing products unethically in low-income settings. I think there is consensus. It's caused by the availability and marketing. We heard very powerfully from Boyland. Marketing is part of ultra-processing. Processing, we think of it because we own food processors at home. It's a much wider set of product development techniques. Marketing of energy-dense foods, high in saturated fat, salt and sugar. That is how I have started to frame this. In the UK context, industry has been incredibly successful at creating the idea of controversy around ultra-processed food. So if we use this language, which I've lifted from the House of Lords submission by the British Nutrition Foundation, an industry-funded charity, well, they're already on board. So I try and frame it like this as often as I say ultra-processing. I think there are, and I hesitated about putting this in, I think there are legitimate comparisons between food and tobacco companies. These were the same industry. The biggest food companies in the world were also the biggest tobacco companies in the world, from the mid-80s to the 2000s, in fact, from earlier to that. And so while we can't transplant policy from tobacco onto food, there are lessons to be learned because fundamentally we are dealing with the issue of regulating corporate power. And the companies are unable to self-regulate. I mean, this is the work of Phil and Ben Wood and so many other people that we've seen this. I think the one thing that surprised me that we didn't hear is a formal analysis, and I know this is being done, about whether or not we are sure about causality. Now, to my rather simplistic reading of much of the data we've been shown today, it's very clear that when we talk about a dietary pattern of ultra-processed food, it causes negative health outcomes. I feel we have met that threshold. There are strong associations with multiple negative health outcomes. It's clearly temporal. You get exposure, then effect. We've got more than 80 longitudinal cohort studies. Mathilde may be able to cite more. It's very consistent. There are very few of these cohort studies that fail to show an effect. We see biological gradients, dose-response relationships. It's very coherent because while we're saying a diet of degraded ultra-processed food is harmful to human health, that's very coherent with the other set of consensus, which is around the diet that's beneficial. We heard Francesco Branca put this up in one of his first slides, this wide agreement about what a healthy diet looks like. And we have experimental evidence. We don't just have 2 randomized controlled trials now on ultra-processed food with more in the pipeline. Well, I guess we just had the interim of a third. We have many, many other experimental studies, clinical, preclinical, animal, human, on properties unique or almost unique to ultra-processed food. We have data on marketing. So when we think about the experimental evidence, we have to go a bit beyond the population, the data in the 2 RCTs. It works with analogy, and plausibility is really important here. So I think when we come to the question of plausibility, it is fair to ask, is it plausible that industrially processed foods made for financial growth, with that purpose, we've heard a lot about purpose today, would not cause weight gain? So I speak to food companies the whole time. I speak to particularly the scientists in the food development labs. And they are very, very clear when they develop food why they do it. Not to drive weight gain, but to drive excessive consumption. The business model is predicated on excessive consumption. It has to be. So in the middle of last week, we had a really important meeting that for me brought together a phrase that we haven't heard mentioned today. It was a meeting about commercial determinants of health and conflicts of interest. And the World Health Organization, the British Medical Journal and the Royal College of Physicians brought into one meeting experts on food, tobacco and alcohol and had a panel discussion about comparing them and using similar approaches. And this was really important because the outcome of that is we start to think about this world of commercial influence over human health as being much wider than food, and that means we can draw other actors and allies into solutions. But it divides the world, in my view, into regulators and those who need to be regulated. And I think there's a pretty clear binary distinction between those two groups. And what was very clear at this meeting is that in the case of food, alcohol, and in fact, remarkably still tobacco, there is near total capture of the regulatory environment by the food companies in the UK. So when it comes to regulators, I think there are 2 types. There's formal government regulators. Okay, so Sheila began your opening remarks with the network of conflicts that our Scientific Advisory Committee on Nutrition have. So a BMJ investigation showed that 65% of the members of the Scientific Advisory Committee, SACN, have conflicts of interest with companies like and including Nestle and Coca-Cola. Okay? SACN literally define a healthy diet in the UK. We then have the de facto, it's worth saying as well, you can look at the DEFRA Food and Drink Council, industry co-chair it with the government. There is no sense of regulation. And on that council that discusses food security, we have companies like Uber Eats, McDonald's, Nestle. I don't think these companies are enormously important for UK food security. We then have the de facto regulators, the academics, the charities. Our biggest food charity, the British Nutrition Foundation. These are just some of their corporate members and funders. Last year, their Healthy Eating Week was sponsored by Coca-Cola, amongst others. Academics who partner with the British Nutrition Foundation then speak to the press through the Science Media Centre, which claims to be independent, but which is funded by Nestle, Procter & Gamble, and Food Drink Europe, which is a consortium of other food companies. And then we have the influencers, doctors, communicators, people like me, because I like to partner with some of you for academic research, but I am unavoidably a children's television presenter and broadcaster for the BBC, and I'm much like Sheila in some ways. So after I published this book, an email arrived in August 2023, and I put the whole email there. It was from McDonald's. I was sure this was the beginning of the kind of legal action that we heard Professor Garde talk about. In fact, it was an invitation. We're putting together a nutrition workshop in October at our headquarters in Chicago with our senior leadership team. I am keen for an inspirational, thought-provoking, yet realistic ambassador on food and nutrition. So I'm very proud to speak to you all today as the McDonald's ambassador for food. I didn't even find out the amount of money because I suspect it would have been rather hard to turn down in the end. So I know that the conflicts are real because they are I'm the subject of a constant effort and invitations by the food industry to become conflicted. And in fact, all of the pushback that I have received publicly hasn't been from the food industry. It is always from conflicted individuals working for the BNF, working in the academy, funded by big food companies. It's never, ever from the food industry themselves. So in my view, conflicts are the way that the industry exerts power. Without conflicted individuals, they have no legitimacy. No one believes the CEO of a big food company when they stand up and say their products are healthy. We heard this from Barbara earlier. No one believes them. They need to generate conflicts within the academy and doctors and healthcare professional associations particularly. But do conflicts matter? This is just my favourite of hundreds of studies you'll be well aware of. It's a systematic review of a potential link between sugar-sweetened beverages and obesity and diabetes. I think if there's only one thing there is maybe consensus of with regard to nutrition, we would all say that there is a causal link between sugar-sweetened beverages, obesity, and metabolic disease. So in this systematic review, there were 34 studies that showed a link. 33 were independently funded, that's 97%. 26 studies show no link, and 25 out of that 26 were funded by the food and drink industry, including Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, and so on. The conflicts work in several ways. And there's a wide literature on this, from pharma, from food, from tobacco. Conflicts do matter. They work in three ways. They create bias, which I think we should probably call corruption. You know, science is about establishing truth, and they conceal truth. They affect behaviors, they affect beliefs, and they affect the outcome of research, and we can show that. And it often happens in ways that are not approachable by normal risk of bias assessments. It's often very hard, even if you are relatively expert, to read a conflicted paper and discover how the outcome seems so divorced from consensus. More importantly, conflicts silence critique, okay? I can take the money from McDonald's and you would never know. There's no mandatory register of conflicts of interest for doctors in the UK. I could actually be standing here as a McDonald's ambassador covertly. It would be impossible for you to know. But what I would know is if I critiqued McDonald's, they would be able to say that I had taken the money. So they silence critique, they protect reputations and launder reputations. Most importantly, they erode trust in science. We actually need things like the British Nutrition Foundation. We need the Science Media Centre. We need them to be independent of industrial influence. So here are some necessary but insufficient first steps. I think lacking from UK policy, we don't have clear indicators and goals. We don't understand where we're trying to get to. An example might be 1990 childhood obesity levels. It's within living memory of, I think, almost everyone in this room. We need targets and goals, and not just health outcome goals. We also need to look at the kind of things that many people were mentioning, social and ecological goals. And we need a deep, deep focus and commitment with everything we do to equality, justice, fairness, to reducing shame and stigma in the food system. And I'm sorry those words weren't said today. If we aren't very careful as public health academics about shoring up against shame and stigma, and I say this, I'm saying this in an arch way, we will be accused of increasing shame and stigma. This happens a lot. We also just should have that as our ambition. So for me, framing where we're trying to get to and how we're going to get there, it's less about banning a particular product, it's much more about creating justice, equity, and reducing shame and stigma. Having a zero-tolerance approach to conflicts of interest seems like a no-brainer to me. If you start with so I'm publicly saying zero tolerance. Now, of course, there's going to have to be some wiggle room, some negotiation. People used to do some work. I once took some money from a dental floss company. But we have to start, I think, with a zero tolerance, bearing in mind the context of the emergency, the context of violence. Clearly delineate the products for regulation. That's been the subject of a lot of discussion. Fabio has given me immense clarity on this. We have to be very, very clear about how we do it. And we need this policy feedback. So in the UK, we've had some ways of defining unhealthy food that I think were set out with the best of intentions. I would argue they haven't succeeded. We've got our dietary recommendations, relatively aligned with WHO guidance. They're objective, they're clear, they're internationally aligned. They're invisible and unusable for the public. So for the public, we have these two ways of defining unhealthy food. We've got HFSS, the Ofcom definition. And I say this mindful, there are people in the room who worked on the definition. As I say, they're true experts who did this in good faith. This is opaque to consumers. You aren't able to find out if a product is HFSS. Okay? It's a definition that is about enabling the regulator. And it's very complex. And this equation means that products like Cocoa Pops, which are 17% of the calories come from free sugars, various people have mentioned thresholds like 5% of our diet by calories should come from free sugars. Cocoa Pops isn't HFSS. It also doesn't get a red traffic light. So in the UK, a diet of non-HFSS could in fact be very high in salt, saturated fat, and sugar. So nailing down what we mean every time we open our mouth about HFSS, for me, is really important. The devil is in the detail here. Nutella can never be HFSS because chocolate spreads in UK law are not subject to the regulation. So Nutella, and our traffic lights are voluntary, and it doesn't have traffic lights either, the last can I checked. We need to deal with the counterclaims. I think this meeting has dealt very effectively with allegations of being anti-growth, anti-capitalist. The food system in the UK, we heard, Franco, you presented some amazing data at the beginning just about the agribusiness sector. In the UK, I think we can make a very convincing case that the ultra-processed food system is shrinking the economy. The nanny state accusations. The government faces this constant conflict of interest between championing industry and regulating industry. I think the economic argument here is overwhelming, and we've heard that today. There's the argument about not all UPF, but we heard from Fabio, whilst not all UPF is equally harmful, there is almost no UPF that is not excessive in calories, saturated fat, salt, or sugar, not to mention all the other potential harms. The rise of eating disorders. There is a growing community, so I work very, very deliberately with eating disorders academics, with the Royal College of Psychiatrists, eating disorders faculty, because there is a growing concern that disordered eating is a rational response to the food environment. Now, we must be, I think, exceptionally aware that every time we open, especially if you're someone like me, when your mouth about food, you strongly risk driving eating disorders. But I think we need to make the case that not discussing this risks far more harm in general and may risk worsening eating disorders. So we have to engage across faculties. There's an argument that partnership is necessary. I would say that partnership has been, and this is from Dolly, my sister-in-law, partnership has been baked into government policy Since the turn of the millennium, industry has been involved in obesity policy and public health campaigns. That approach would obviously fail to many of us in this room. Phil presented data on it. It has not worked. It won't work. Food security, food insecurity globally is rising in the UK and around the world. The food system treats hunger. This is an often mounted argument. We see obesity and hunger not just in the same communities, but in the same households and the same bodies. The foods that drive obesity also drive hunger. And there are counterclaims around inequality. And I want to read out a quote here. People rely on processed foods for a wide number of reasons if we remove them from our diets. This would require a huge change in the food supply, which is unachievable for most people, potentially resulting in further stigmatization, guilt in those who rely on processed foods, promoting further inequalities in disadvantaged groups. This is a quote from the chair of the advisory committee of the British Nutrition Foundation. I think many of us would agree with some of the line detail, but where does the BNF land with, therefore, we must keep consuming UPF? I think many of us say that this argues for a more revolutionary approach to the system that supplies our food. Our task is political. This is what I want to underline. And I have a declaration of interest to declare here. This messaging is from my sister-in-law, Dolly van Tulleken, who's at the back of the room. She is one of the authors of this extraordinary report, Nourishing Britain. And these are some of her reflections that I agree with. We have to criticise the institutions that appear to be neutral and independent, and it's horribly uncomfortable. And I really feel uneasy doing it. I know and like people at the SMC and at the BNF. As academics, and I know I'm preaching to the choir a bit here, we have to engage in policy making. Dolly has this hashtag, ask everyone to stand, be a politician. Okay? Some of us should be politicians, and we should have politicians in this room. Framing. This is seen as a very negative agenda in politics. And we need to find ways of making this positive. And I heard lots and lots of that today, but we could all work on that. And politicians are incredibly busy, so overwhelming them with the technical detail, we need to find a way of making this. We need to market our science to them. And Dolly, I think, will be willing to help any of you do that, because if we don't, industry will. And we do need to inform a movement. We need to be building public demand for change. That is where, whether you are talking about changing agribusiness or changing food labelling, politicians cannot act without a mandate from the public. And Dolly, in this report, quotes many, many politicians, goes and speaks to prime ministers and senior secretaries of state for health, and gets all their quotes, and many of them express regret that they hadn't done more in office. And Dolly frames this beautifully as regretty spaghetti, the dish they end up eating. This slide has been altered, but this is a quote from the report. Jeremy Hunt is quoted as saying, I wish in particular we'd made, so he was a health secretary for a long time, and he said, I wish we'd made more progress with kids' obesity, where most people are less sensitive to the nanny states argument. So really sensitively, Jeremy Hunt there, framing this, focusing on children is a great, great framing. And we heard from Eszter doing that, and many people did that. It's great because it circumvents that argument. However, when he was Chancellor, Hunt tweeted that it was brilliant news that PepsiCo was making its largest investment in Britain for 25 years, which the company said would lead to an 11,000-tonne annual expansion in the production of, presumably, UPF snacks in the UK. So, getting politicians to listen to the inconsistencies, the economic inconsistencies in their own arguments is really important. I want to finish with a last word from someone who isn't like me. So I am ostentatiously the wrong person to be any kind of face for this. I am probably the least affected, from the least affected community of people. I am nutritionally educated, I have money, I am a grown-up, I am not from a disadvantaged minority group. And so I want to finish with words from Louisa Britton in response to that quote from the British Nutrition Foundation earlier. Because I think with Louisa's lived experience, she answers that critique far better than I can. If there's a culture war on here, it's not against the working class. I had UPF pizza last night, and it cost me much less than the beef stew I'm making tonight. Being anti-UPF isn't saying, peasants need to lay off the dirty fish fingers. Instead, it's saying, can someone go and get some proper oversight on these food companies, please? It's about making real, actual, proper food the standard, rather than almost food or industrially produced food-like substances. And I think that's a really perfect framing to leave you all with. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. I'm just giving you a couple of words for concluding the event, and after that you'll get a breath of fresh air, hopefully. So I hope that this event will have helped put the issue of ultra-processed food on the radar screen of policymakers in the UK and elsewhere in Europe and possibly beyond Europe. That includes the people from the Department of Health who are listening, have been listening throughout the day, hopefully via Zoom. Clearly, what we've learned today is that there is no excuse for inaction anymore. Of course, it would be great if we get more research. It will always be useful to have more research, but the evidence base that we have today is sufficient for taking action. And we have the tools, we have the public support. We've been told by Amandine that we shouldn't fear litigation, although it's a daunting prospect, but we have the tools to win it. So there is really no excuse for inaction. And I really hope that what Baroness Walmsley has said at the beginning of her conversation, that we're going to keep the industry out of the rooms where policy has been made, is really getting into practice, because what we've heard from Chris is clearly a really challenging picture of intrusion and interference with policy in the UK, but it's the same everywhere, as Francesco and many others know. So we'll draw it to a close at this point, but let me just thank a few people wholeheartedly, because they've really been the ones who have made this event possible. Well, first of all speakers, of course, who have been fantastic, and I'm so privileged to have been able to gather all those stellar speakers in this room today. Sheila has done a fantastic job. Thank you so much, Sheila. You've really made it. But I also want to thank, the people at the back of the room who have been moderating the questions, Jenny, Chiara, Maxime, and Natalia as well, has been helping with that. Our fantastic master students who've been, staffing the reception desk. And of course, our photographer, Barry, thank you so much, Barry. And our fantastic Lorraine and Heather, who have been organizing all this, from day one. So thank you very much. And sorry, before I forget, otherwise I'll be told off, the sponsors, especially the NIHR through the School of Public Health Research here at Imperial, the Forum, and my own center, the Center for Health Economics and Policy Innovation. Thank you.